Just when we thought it wasn't going to get interesting. Just when we thought it wasn't going to get interesting, the Browns put stuff out there that makes it seem like this is going to get way more interesting. Is it smoke? Is it happening? Is the deal done? We'll see what happens here with the number 2 overall pick. I have no clue what to make of any of this because it's happened so last minute. But I certainly hope they just sit and pick, man. I've been on teams sit and pick. I hope they don't trade back. And if they do trade back and they don't get like a future first or a couple of future firsts, then I'm not going to be very happy with it. But if they do get a significant enough haul, you got to be open to it. But it doesn't mean you got to be super happy about it either, right? We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll keep watching. There's been rumors of the Browns wanting to make a deal. We'll see what happens.
Tonight, as the commissioner makes his way to the stage, I see some bicycles here in the crowd. As the commissioner gets set to come out and welcome everyone here to the draft, and there he is. Unlike any other phrase about things that see me as to get out riding his bicycle out onto the stage to the usual course. From enthusiastic stories from all of the fans, and there are so many things as you see bringing out.
Yeah, they're doing. Is that Lil Wayne? They're bringing out Lil Wayne. Wait. When did Lil Wayne become a Packer fan? When in the world did that happen? Lil Wayne been a Patriots fan. Now he a Packer fan. I'm starting to think Lil Wayne just choose things. Got a super chat from what I've seen. They're taking the Jags, talking with the Jags, whatever that really means. It's been the consistent rumor out there is that they've been talking to the Jaguars about potentially swapping 2 and 5.
But we have over 125,000 people here and still counting. Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty. Thank you all for welcoming us here tonight, and hope you have a great few days.
They're booing the shit out of him.
Over the next 3 days, we will welcome in the next generation of stars into the NFL and bring hope to every NFL.
Hello, Mr. Q. As long as we get Abdul or Travis, I don't care, but they'll both be gone at 5. Yeah, I'm again. I just want to sit at 2 and take the pick.
Crosby. I'm on green. James Jones. Super fan.
When did Lil Wayne start cheering for the Packers? I feel like I missed that. I missed that. When was this the case? When was Lil Wayne a prominent Packers fan? Is that a thing, chat? Am I tripping? Was I out the loop on this? Did I miss the whole Lil Wayne Packers era?
This is my fellow Americans. The Bears still star.
All right, they're doing a whole bit here. They're doing a whole bit. Do you believe the smoke about the Giants in Milrow based on the history and a press release? I couldn't see them going back in for, I could see them going back in for Dart. I could see them being interested in Milrow. I'm not sure about Dart. I just don't believe that teams really think he's a first round pick. I just don't think he's a first round pick. So it's hard for me to check.
Travis Hunter is available and expected to hear his name.
Here we go, man.
Superstar Abdul Carter, the pass rusher extraordinaire out of Penn State, wearing the legendary numbers of Micah Parsons. Will he be that level of good on the next level? The two quarterbacks, Cam Ward. Again, we expect him to go number one tonight. Is it the right decision? We'll talk about it. Shedeur Sanders. Will he hear his name called tonight at all? That's one of the big questions we've been discussing for weeks on the talk shows leading up to this night. The man who has almost all of the answers, almost all of the time, is on Adam Schefter, and he's with us all evening long. Schefter, what does everyone need to know as we get underway? Well, thanks, Brady. The Cleveland Browns, New York Giants, and New Orleans Saints all inquired about the availability of Cam Ward to the Titans. All were denied, despite the fact that the New York Giants offered their first-round pick this and next year, along with other picks. The Titans were sold on Cam Ward's workout. Their new general manager, Mike Borgatti, came from the Chiefs, where he worked with Patrick Mahomes. And Cam Ward's instincts, the way he sees and feels the field, reminded him and them of Patrick.
Ooh, they went with the think he's Pat game, huh? All right.
Cam Ward, the number one overall pick to work. The Titans head coach Brian Callahan joined Peyton Manning, Matthew Stafford, Joe, and Cam Ward right there.
Nah, it's not nuts time. It's not nuts time. It's time to hit the like button. We got over 1,000 people in chat. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We're only sitting at about 100 likes. Let's get that number way up. And also, if you want to join the fun this weekend, we're doing a double stream Cavs game and day 3 of the draft. The Browns just got a 5th round pick. The Jags and Browns fan here, how would you feel about Trevor Etienne as part of the trade? It's not making me want to get off too, dog. Not making me want to get off too. Getting Trevor Etienne feels like I'm doing you a favor. Let's just make a good decision here, Cleveland. You know, we got to make it interesting for whatever reason. We got to make it interesting. This franchise love to make shit interesting that don't got to be anywhere near interesting. Damn, y'all said ETN washed already? He's like 26. NFL is brutal. The NFL is brutal, man. I'm trying to get the draft clock on here. Y'all want the ESPN or the NFL Network feed? Y'all let me know in the chat. ESPN or NFL Network? Yeah, ESPN or NFL Network, man. Yeah, so they're calling Cam Ward right now. ESPN, everybody saying ESPN. Put a poll out. All right, let me put a poll out. All right. Yeah. ESPN in the lead with 57 votes. Just pulled up even with 78 votes. How many likes we got? We got 57 for ESPN. ESPN, we're going to stick with ESPN. It looks like ESPN is going to pull out with the votes.
NFL. No, I understand.
And the Titans pick is in. The Browns are now on the clock. You can start your clocks now. Start a 10-minute timer. The Browns pick will be in within the next 10 minutes, or they make a trade.
Tie here. Got one vote for Shador, got one vote for Cam Ward. If it was 14, who would you select? Three for me would be Shador Sanders. And we become enamored so much by the wild plays, so much by the off-platform throws. For Green, we don't take the simple. We don't like the simple sport. 50% of those plays in football like an old school quarterback spot. Stand back in the pocket and throw the football with accuracy. And it may not be the most special thing you've seen, but it's the prerequisite for the defense. From cleaning up the ball down, the timing, great decision, Boyd.
Why can't we ever just pick the player we have? We'll see what we do.
So the pick is in, and again, we expected to be Cam Ward, but we've not been officially told that as of yet. And then we'll have to begin after that.
Good God.
Ward, who began.
I really hope we didn't trade back. I really hope we didn't do that. I'm going to wait it out until we get it announced on TV. I'm not going to get it spoiled on social media.
The first pick of the 2025 National Football League draft. You heard Lewis make the comparison to Patrick Mahomes. That's what everyone in the NFL was looking for. A young man with that sort of talent, those sorts of traits. The Tennessee Titans made a quarterback badly. The commissioner, I'm told, is making his way to the stage to make the announcement of the first pick in the 2025 National Football League draft. There he is, receiving.
All right, here's the first pick.
Is in. The 2025 NFL draft. The Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward.
Okay. So Cam Ward goes one. That's expected. Browns are on the clock. They got 8 minutes left.
Started 57 games in college, and I'm being told as he makes his way to the stage, we will watch Cam Ward make his way to the stage, but I'm being told we have major breaking news.
Oh, shit.
We have the first trade. Cleveland Browns have traded out of the second overall pick. They're moving back to number 5 to the Jacksonville Jaguars spot. In return, the Browns will get the number 5 overall pick, a second round pick, number 36, a fourth round pick, number 126, and the first round pick of the Jaguars 2026. The Jaguars in turn get the number 2 pick, a fourth round pick, and a 6th round pick. The Jaguars are on the clock. The youngest.
All right, so the Jags are on the clock. They're probably taking Travis. Now we're sitting at 5, and I'm pissed off because I pre-made a fucking Travis Hunter video on here. Hold on, Sonny. I can't hear you yet. I'm still on my stream. But, yeah, they traded the pick. They got a first next year. It's Jacksonville's first. So it might be good. I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest with y'all. Like, let me look at the pick compensation. Another second. They got to hit 5 out the park. Because it's not like they traded back to 22, right? It's not Julio Jones, but it's just frustrating, right? There's 2 elite players in this draft class. You have a chance to get your hands on one of them. And right now, you just gave up that chance here. All right, hold on, Sonny. Let me get you on here so they can hear you on my stream too. All right, let's pull this up. This freaking team, man. All right, Sonny, say something. I can't hear you.
Oh wait, that was me. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Cool. All right, so they should be able to hear you now.
I'm watching the compensation. You got a second. Hold on, let me go back for a little bit here. You got a second, a fifth, and next year's first. Obviously, this year's first as well, right? The fifth overall.
Yeah, we got the fifth. Next year's first. Hold on, I got a super chat here I want to get to.
Go ahead.
Disappointed, not surprised with this trade. Yeah, I've always mentioned, and this is the one thing I've been consistent with, the future first was always going to be something that would bring the Browns to the table, because this is a team that wants to take a quarterback sometime soon. And I think getting that future first means that they're going to take that swing in 2026. I would not expect the Browns to take quarterback for the rest of this draft.
Now, I have a couple questions here, Q. I know we talked before how the Browns have passed in the past good players, right? We talk about Deshaun Watson way back when, and Holmes, and a bunch of trade backs of players that ended up being superstars for a moment. Now, the question that I have here is, do you think Stefanski, and I know you said no quarterback, but will you consider this Genti a 5, and then first pick with the 33rd pick, first and the second round, you go with the quarterback from Alabama and create almost a dynamic back between the quarterback and the running back, right? And they say, this is how we're going to compete now. You see what I'm saying?
But you don't trade back from 2 if you're trying to compete now, right? Like, that's not, if you were trying to compete now, you would have just went get the best player possible. You trade back, even if it's from 2 to 5, you're getting an extra second this year, a 4th. Like, it's a good haul to move back 3 spots. Let's make that part clear, right?
Yeah.
This is a really good haul. You got an extra first, a second, and a 4th. All you had to do was swap a 4th and a 6 you don't care about to move up to 5. Like, if we're just looking at this from the draft sheet chart, that's a haul. Like, that's not what I'm upset about. I'm not upset about the haul that you've gotten. It's just, for me, I don't value draft value as much as I value just getting good players, right?
Yep.
And the good player you could get at 5 is just not going to be the same. Like, I think all Abdul and Travis can be all pro caliber players. Now, I'm also salty because I made a whole 20-minute Travis Hunter video about him being drafted to the Browns. It's never going to see the light of day. Maybe members only. Someone said they're taking Genti. Hey, look, if you take Genti, I think he has all pro potential too.
Yeah.
So you get Genti, I'm not going to be upset with that. Right.
Now, you take Genti, will you then for the rest of this draft say, okay, we're going to take Genti and beef the O-line? So then in the next year, the O-line is fixed between whatever picks, and maybe, we might have to buy a tackle here or a guard next year. And then we have a quarterback coming out rookie that will have Genti, that will have Judy, and it has an established O-line. You think that's more the play?
Ray Rag says right here, realistically, who now? Mason Graham. We'll see, man. They might trade back again too, which is another thing that I'm concerned about. If you're listening on my stream, shout out, Ace is in the stream now. We got Sonny. So if you're hearing these voices, that's who's talking, Sonny and Ace. The Browns traded that pick back. Look, if you get Genti or Mason Graham, I could stomach it depending on what you do with the rest here, with the rest of these picks. But we'll see. We'll see, right? I always say this, as upset as I am now, the least informed we'll ever be about these draft picks is today.
Yep.
So, our reaction right now, it matters none. We might look at this like Kristaps Porzingis in the Knicks, right? Tingus Porzingis, who's this guy, right? And then we might look at ourselves being ridiculous. How are we mad about this? We still ended up getting this guy, and then we got a pick that ended up getting us a future quarterback, right? Like, if we're looking a year from now and this gets us if Lenore Sellers looks like he's the man, or Kay Klubnik look like he the man, and this gets us him, then all of a sudden are we looking at it differently? You know, that's another thing to consider. But I'm gonna be real with you.
You're not happy.
I don't like how I feel right now.
Yeah. Cyclops is better than Wolverine here says, I'm here for the pain and the meltdown. Caw, go birds. By the way, guys.
I'm not like, I don't feel great. I'm a little disappointed. I've got myself hyped up on it being Travis Hunter. Shout out to Mike. He says he loves the show. You know, I'm a little disappointed right now because I thought we were really just going to take the pick here. The Jaguars pick's about to come in.
Yeah, can you hear that? If you
we can't hear it, Sonny, but the pick is going to be Travis Hunter here. From my perspective, man.
Hold on, Ace. Let me be hurt.
Go ahead.
Let me be hurt twice because I'm about to watch Abdul Carter come off the board too.
And number 3.
Yeah, probably. Now, if we get Abdul Carter at 5, backflips.
I'm
doing backflips on stream. Like, fuck everything I said if that happens.
Yeah, man. I was worried about CTB having to check that, man.
Oh, what, Travis?
Yes.
Ah!
2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
There you go.
Such a good fit.
Man, that was a great pick for the Jags, man.
The thing is, the Browns let their fan base marinate as they were trying to pick this pick and fall in love with Trevor Hunter, right?
They could. That's messed up, man. They could have did this a week ago, man. They had to do this.
They let the fan base fall in love with Travis Hunter.
They did torture us, right?
Yeah, they were like. When AB came out.
All right, New York, please do something stupid. Like, please, God. New York, get some shit going, New York. Or, hey, here's another thing to consider. What if the Browns trade back to 3 with the extra second they have?
For Abdul?
For Carter.
I mean, if the net positive
and then they
is
still
just
get the first.
Yeah, that would be great. If you give everything that you just got, and you just get the extra first for next year. Let's say you gave up the extra second that you got, not the one yours that you got, right? All that. And you ended up just with 1 first for moving back a spot. Yeah, you do that and you get Abdul Carter, which I said to y'all that I would prefer you guys getting Hunter than Carter because I thought Carter and Miles was insane.
Mm-hmm.
So... yeah. Now I do think this Q. I think that if they're there at 5, they're gonna trade back. I think they're trading back again.
Don't do this to me.
I think they're just gonna. I think AB is gonna be like, let me accumulate all the picks next year.
So is it like Q? Because I heard you're closer on the ground there. The offensive tackle or the offensive lineman talk, is that legit? Like Kelvin Banks or something like that, Will Campbell, is that a possibility? Because I feel like you guys already have stacked the offensive line, but
yeah, but they need to replace the guard with Betonio.
I mean, also, you get Will Campbell, that's not really bad. But the Patriots would have to pass on him, right? At 4.
Okay. Let me.
Hey, refocus, Q. I know. Refocus.
The chat is, man, I got like 2,000 people in my stream pissed off right now. Okay, what did you say again, Ace? Because I'm not gonna lie, I tuned out. I'm trying to manage my Jimmy John's delivery too at the same time. What you say?
No. Do you think so? I saw something online earlier that was like Cleveland if they move.
The offensive line.
Will Campbell, something, Kelvin Banks, something like that.
I mean, they brought in Tevin Jenkins to play one of the offensive line positions, right? They have Wyatt. They drafted Zach Zinter. I mean, the only really position they have that could start today would be center.
Okay, gotcha.
So, like, I don't see why they would. do that unless they trade back again. Like at 5, it feels a little rich.
It's
Maybe
coming.
they really, really love Membu. Like maybe that's just like what part of what they want to do. And look, I like Membu. Membu's a good player. Is that super chat? We got one. Jalen Josina said they might just keep trading back. League source said, and I quote, they traded for 3 first rounds for Deshaun Watson. I don't know if this is to make up for the Deshaun Watson thing. The Giants pick is in.
Yeah, I already see. It's your boy.
Oh, it's Carter.
Yeah, nothing stupid for
It's
them.
Carter.
Yeah.
I didn't lose their goddamn mind.
No.
Cool.
That's great because to go from all right, yeah, we don't get Abdul Carter, we at least get Travis Hunter. Then to not get both of them is.
I'm saying this is some evil stuff from the franchise because they led the fan base thinking we getting this generational two-way guy.
The only thing that I can
somebody
think
in chat
is
said, "Q, make it better."
Make it
the only
better.
thing I can think is maybe they're looking at it as we're getting a quarterback and we're going to get the most value live in the draft, and that's just unless this is for a quarterback, dog. I don't. Understand.
Maybe they're trading back to like 15 and thinking, okay, we're gonna take Shador Jalen there, which is a hell of a way to introduce them here because I think really tough go of it, right? Like it's gonna be tough having the first round pick that you've had in 3 years because you traded for Deshaun Watson be a quarterback, and a quarterback that you traded back 2 times to go get. Doesn't really like feel super encouraging, right? Like the value shopping there at quarterback, especially if that's going to be your first selection. Again, like this is a long-term move, right? This is a long-term move. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I feel great about it. You know what I mean? Ray Rag says, Ray Rags is furious. All caps rage right here. Q, we should have had effing known to never talk about what they're going to do. Yeah. I mean, look, man, here's the thing, though. We're mad right now because we thought we were going to get one of those guys. We're not getting one of those guys.
Yep.
The only thing I can really say is you did get a good haul for moving back 3 spots, but man, moving back 3 spots.
The only thing I will say, Q, here is if you get Genty, at least Genty's a fun player, and you can.
Genty can be an all-pro.
Yeah.
I think he can be an all-pro, right? And that's what you wanted to get here with one of these picks. I just hope that whatever they do at the end of the night, it feels cohesive and like there's a plan. If the whole thing is we trying to get all these assets for next year because we think this quarterback class is boo-boo, then treat the quarterback class like it's boo-boo, right? Like make a cohesive decision. Right now, we have incomplete parts of this. Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody's happy. It's a good haul for the pick, but I think a good haul for the pick could have also just been taking Travis.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I said, people talk to him. He's going to be a generational player, first player to potentially play both positions at a Pro Bowl level.
Caleb said, I'm crying actual tears. Help me. All right.
Okay, so Q, this just in. The Cleveland Browns are taking calls from teams interested in moving to number 5.
Of fucking course.
Also,
this is Sashi in 2016 all over again, where we traded all the way back from 2 to like 20 and took fucking Corey Coleman.
Corey Coleman. I forgot Corey Coleman. Look at Abdul, man. Look at that guy.
And here's the thing to think about, man. Like, if Travis Hunter is good, how many first-round picks would he have been worth to trade? Like, you could have gotten 2 for Miles this offseason, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you are kind of selling at a discount if this dude ends up living up to his expectations. Yeah, not excited about it, man. I don't know. Don't know what to tell y'all.
Somebody here says Cleveland wants one of those tight ends. Can you imagine if you get Loveland or something like that? That's your first pick.
Yeah, another super chat from Soul Train. Lenora Sellers and Caleb Downs in 26 would be nice. Yeah, I mean, look, if Jacksonville sucks next year and they get the number 1 overall pick and you end up with the number 1 overall pick next year, we're going to feel way different about it. right? But
Yeah.
like
Which is
that,
what
that's
happened to the Panthers. Remember, that's what happens to the Bears.
the Bears, right? Where they end
Yeah.
up getting Caleb Williams out of it. So I'm going to leave myself room to understand that there are a lot of ways this can play out over a 17-game season that make you feel better about this. But there's no mistaking that for a team and a fan base that's been through this process since January, that this is a very disappointing, anticlimactic result of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cyclops here says Browns don't have a plan, only a concept of a plan. Look, I can see two things. Remember, when the Bears traded that first overall pick that they had to the Panthers ended up sucking that year. The Bears were bad, but not as bad. They had, I think it was the 8th or 9th pick. They had the first overall thanks to the Panthers, which they ended up having Caleb Williams, right? The situation can be like this. Cleveland will stack a bunch of first round picks in case they don't have the first overall pick. If they had the first overall pick next year, then they're gonna be a fun draft for Cleveland because they might have 3 picks, including the first overall pick. Not only that, the other thing they can do is, as I was saying, stack your team, fix the O line completely, have the running back, have all the parts for next year. When you get that QB, be ready, right? The QB comes. You don't have to do much. That could be your silver lining.
I got a couple super chats on my end that I want to get through.
Go ahead.
Did I miss one? Someone said, Andrew Berry, welcome to the USFL. That was Alex. Q, the Browns Browning again. It's 2015. Again, I'm trying not to be too definitive about this. Look, I don't like it. But also, you got to understand that this can fall a bunch of different ways that you could end up liking. Like, that's the only thing I can offer y'all. Saint 830 says, Q, why not just take Hunter? I agree. I would have just taken the player, right? That's where me and Andrew Berry differ on this. The value wouldn't have been enough for me. The extra second, if it was an extra first, maybe, especially a first in the 2027 draft, might be something there. Might have been able to move, but that was enough for them to move. So this is not a move about what they're going to look like today. You know, Rex Fortune says, I will forgive everything if we get Caleb Downs and Lenore Sellers next year. Yeah. And look, I understand fans not being excited about having to punt their hopes for this pick down the road next year and then not having faith that we're actually going to take the fucking player. Right? Like, that's another thing. Because, like, you're going to end up doing this whole thing again, following the Jacksonville Jaguars pick. And who knows if you're actually going to keep the pick.
They're on the clock, by the way.
Who, the Browns?
Yeah, because the pick is in. I don't know what the pick is for the Patriots, but they already picked, and the Browns are on the clock.
Chris Gustafaro says, man, I thought we got done with trading down, but okay. Yeah, look, now if they start doing the trade down circuit where they just start moving back to move back, unless you end up with if they end up with 3 first-round picks in 2026.
Yeah.
Okay, I see the plan. People aren't going to be excited about it for this year, but the plan is obvious. You're drafting a quarterback next year. If that's the bet, right? If that's what happens. But if they don't get an extra first, they just move back for picks this year, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Frank says, will the Browns keep trading back like you did in the epic AFC North mock?
There
you
go.
Didn't work out for me.
Yeah, that's true.
Every time I've done that, I'm like, oh, fuck, this ain't fun no more.
It's always fun if it comes perfectly towards the plan.
Oh, man. Yeah, like, again, if you want to feel better about this, it's not going to be today that you're going to feel better about this Browns fan. It's going to be months from now that you might feel better about this. Or, if the Jaguars start 0-5, then you're going to start doing your victory lap and sending out the Andrew Berry laser eye emojis. This was not a trade that was meant to make you feel better today, though. Like, that they decided that they want something long-term versus what would help them right now.
Yep.
And that's the bet they're making to dig themselves out this Watson hole. And I think this signifies to me more than anything, they're not sold on this quarterback class at all. And they're not drafting a quarterback. That's where I'm at now. I don't think they're going to draft the quarterback. I think all of this maneuvering is to get a quarterback. We got Mighty Mulatto here, AB, with shifty eyes during the presser. Figured something like this was coming. Man is in love with trash. I don't know, man. Like, let's see what happens at this point. Like,
I was gonna say that no trade so far, as I can see.
Caleb Gwynn says, you know, what would be best for the future. Abdul or Travis, pick good players. It's not rocket science. I agree.
The pick is in, by the way, for the Browns as well. Q.
So the Browns made a pick.
They made a pick, so they didn't trade back again.
Mason Graham, no, Will Campbell just went.
Yeah, Will Campbell went to the Patriots.
So Mason Graham's there and Genty's there. Mason Graham, I mean, he was in consideration to be the second pick. I think he is a 10-year all-pro caliber player. Well, maybe an all-pro one-season guy, but a 10-year 3 Pro Bowl type guy.
Yeah, one of those stable in your D-line. Might not be Aaron Donald type of guy, but definitely a guy that it will be great.
Like a big Jeff, right? Jeffrey Simmons. You can add that there. That'd be great. But Matt Johnson says, Journey concert for this. Don't stop believing, Browns fans. Don't stop believing. Come on, chat. Y'all feeling it? Who is calling me right now?
Your Jimmy John soda. Okay, so Will Campbell was the pick, and now I know we're in 2 streams right now. So and now the Browns pick is also in. So no trade backs, Brownie fans. I'm very curious. Browns, you're gonna be the fascination of this draft, because I'm here thinking, what happens if the Brown at 33 trade up and get somebody, right? Q might lose it. I think Genty would be a fun pick here. I don't know who they're picking yet. So, but Genty, if I was a Browns fan, I would have won Genty. That's the player that I would like here. Oh, somebody is putting picks there. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen confirmation of that pick. Look, you better get a quarterback next year.
It was my Jimmy Johns.
I was gonna say. I told you, Q. I told you. I was gonna say, Q. You guys are gonna be rooting against the division and against everybody that plays.
Okay, Will Campbell going at 4 lessens the blow, and if we pick here at 5, you know, and I can find my joy again. I can find my joy.
What will be your joy at 5?
Mason Graham, Ashton Jennings, you know, I think those are the next closest thing to elite in this class. I think Genty's an elite player. It's just he's a running back. I think Genty could be a problem for the division. Hey man, look, it's gonna be fun.
Genty is a player. Think about the Steelers. They had a hard time tackling.
I love Genty. Genty's my 3rd best player in this draft.
Yeah.
So, like, he was right behind Abdul, and it's just he plays running back. I didn't think the Browns would do it at 2. Yeah. At 5, though, it's a different conversation. You know, the only thing is, I know people gonna be like, he got dreads and he 5'9". Oh my God, it's Trent Richardson. Like, I already know I'm about to deal with that
shit. Oh my God. Flashbacks.
You will get Trent Richardson flashbacks.
Oh man, some Browns fans in here are saying why we did not get Genty. I don't know if they have a scoop. I haven't seen anything coming across the wire.
We'll see. I'm trying to avoid spoilers. Picks in.
Yeah, that's the only thing I know.
Hopefully it's Graham. You know, Graham, Genty, cool. It might be Membu. Membu's not sexy, but it makes sense.
Right? Bowlings are never sexy, but you'll be appreciated when you get a quarterback and you don't get a sack.
It's up there, right? We'll see. I'm trying to manage my Jimmy John's order too.
Q here, like, who the F is calling me? Q might be your Jimmy Jams. Let me check.
I'm glad you remembered. I was not gonna answer until you said something.
This Travis Hunter thing hit you hard. Look at AB there. Look at AB. You feeling good, man?
Ray Rag says, "You know what, Q? I wonder if the second will be used to trade up to get a quarterback."
That's what I said. You were in your Jimmy Johns, but I that's what I said. That would be
probably
crazy.
Yeah, probably something. I don't know if they're going quarterback. I think they might. Well, they didn't trade back from 5, which tells me. Let's just see what they fucking do, man. I'm through trying to predict. I am through trying to predict.
Q hoping that the Steelers draft Dart or something like that.
It was 4th overall in 1973, and maybe the greatest guard that ever played. No doubt about it. They're hoping that obviously with Will Campbell, think about what he can be.
All right. Evans defensive player of the year. All right, y'all. Come on, bark it up in chat, y'all. Bark it up in chat. Bark it up. We need to get the we need to get the enthusiasm back up. We need to welcome whoever's coming into the Cleveland Browns on the right foot. Let's get this going, man. 5th pick of the draft. Let's go. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool.
I mean, with Miles
with
there,
the dude with the lowest floor in the draft, right? Yeah. Like, Myles Garrett, get him an elite defensive tackle. Same thing. Put him next to Michael Hall. You're building that defensive line. Did him and Cam Ward come in the same suit?
Maybe. It just he had a black shirt instead of a white one.
Yeah. That's the same suit. And it don't look fitted. But that's fine. That's fine.
Hey, times are tough right now.
All right. At least they didn't do the double trade back, man. They didn't do the double trade back.
Mason Graham's a good player.
Don't be in chat talking about Mason Graham's not good. Mason Graham's lame. Like, all right, y'all doing too much now. There was time to be sad about the trade back. Okay, but you got Mason Graham. Like, it's fine. It's fine.
So I put a question: what grade would you give the Browns' whole trade back and pick? People saying B plus, some A. So
it all depends on what happens with Jacksonville this year. That's what you're gambling on.
If you're gonna trade back with a team, Jacksonville's a perfect team. Do you have confidence? I never. You guys know I've never been a fan of Lawrence. So
Akalon, real quick, says Mason Graham on an extra first year. Okay, I don't, but I blame you, Cole, for having my heart set on Travis. but go ahead, Sonny. What were you saying, man?
No, I was saying that.
Browns fans aren't gonna love this because he's a Michigan guy, right? But he also was the reason Ohio State didn't beat them.
Well, so what I was saying is, if you think about it, if you want to trade with a team, you trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Do you have faith in the Jaguars? You never had. I don't have faith in the Prince, as some people call him. No, you. That's the team that you wanted to trade, and hoping they suck again. Because look, the Jaguars were in a bad division. Arguably their worst division, and they still suck last year. It's only so much Travis Hunter can do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bet, right? That's the bet. I gotta jump here and get my food.
That's okay. I'll stay talking. So Browns fan, I actually look. This is Sonny talking now, but I would have not traded back for if I had a blue quarter. But in my opinion, and I said this plenty of time, even though I love Travis Hunter, I think for Travis Hunter, I would have trade back because you're positioning yourself to be competitive in this division going forward. Yes, this year, you're not there yet, right? You're not there yet. You need a quarterback. But as Q was alluding, if now you had 2 firsts next year, true first, right? If you get, let's say for some reason, the Browns are decent at 5 or 6 next year, and then you get the Jaguars being also like 5 or 6. You can pair those 2 picks. Let's say you get 5 and 6, and then the rumor is the quarterbacks are going 1, 2, 3. You can pair those 2 and trade up to the first, second, or third because that's immediate payback for somebody.
Yeah, I mean, also Mason Graham, like, It's not Abdul. It's not Travis, right? Yeah. I think Abdul and Travis could be, like, the risk and reward with them is that Travis could be one of the best players to ever play two positions in the NFL. And I think Abdul could become something close to what Von Miller has. It's not guaranteed to become that with Mason. He's a really good football player right now. Like, he's going to be able to help your team day one. He's going to be a great run defender for you. He's going to be able to rush the passer. He's going to be able to disrupt and create havoc. You have Myles Garrett on that defensive line, Mike Hall. So you have a really good defensive line with these guys. And this is somebody you were considering taking at 2 early in the process. Obviously, it shook out, became Travis and Abdul, and for good reason. But think about it like this. We wouldn't have been upset with Mason Graham 3 months ago, and now you get Mason Graham an extra second and an extra first, and it's Jacksonville's extra first, and it's a really good extra second.
I was gonna say it's a top second.
Yeah, so that could even things out. And if Mason Graham is a good football player, and this is my ace in the hole for any draft conversation. If Mason Graham is a good football player, don't none of this shit matter, right? Then all of a sudden you hit a home run, right? Yeah. If Mason Graham is a all-pro or Pro Bowl guy, then we're doing backflips. We're talking shit. We're a laser eye Andrew Berry. You doubted him. All of this stuff. Everybody who's mad in chat will be talking about we need to get a 10-year extension. So, and look, Mason Graham is not a bad player to bet that on.
Mason is a great player.
I love Mason Graham. I thought he was more after the 2-3 conversation, which event he got selected 5, but Mason Graham at 5, picking up an extra first. We could look back at this again and be like, wow, we were being kind of ridiculous. And maybe it's because it's our first round pick in a while. Genty just went to the Raiders.
Yes.
All right, I got to catch up on some super chats.
Go ahead.
Let me see here. I got to figure out a better way to do this. It's been a long time since I've had my stream on the main channel here. Sorry about this. Let me go to the supers. Am I on the right spot? All right. So what's the last super I got to, Sonny? You remember it?
No. Somebody... It wasn't a Ray Rack?
Mike, son of super chat. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's see. AB, Shifty Eyes, Journey Concert, one more. Really love Tyler. 5. Q, you know what? I wonder. No, Ray Rags said that. Evan, Defensive Player of the Year. Okay. Same 830 says Brown's going to trade back for Genty. Milroe at 33. That didn't end up happening. Jimmy Byers says Aaron Rodgers 2.0. Chris Gustafaro says, I know people are judging the trade right now, but I think most of you got to wait 3-5 years to truly judge. I mean, that's like that with any pick.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Any pick.
It's going to be like that with any pick. Jimmy Byers says, sorry, Aaron Donald.
Why Aaron? What? Oh, the Mason Grant's the sorry Aaron Donald?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
You
Even
can't
a sorry
compare.
version of Aaron Donald would be a Hall of Famer.
I was gonna say you can't compare D tackle to Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald is like all time.
By the way, I love Ashton Genty, but he went to the Raiders, so I don't think that's gonna work. Just the aura doesn't match. I said this last year about Caleb Williams, right? Yeah. Where I was like, I love Caleb Williams. I don't think it's gonna work. He went to an auraless team, like, and then he wore 18. It's not gonna. It's just not gonna happen. Chris Gustafaro says, I know people. Okay, I got that one there. So I think that's a good point, Chris. Sly says, looking up for tickets for the London game. Should I consider going, Q? Hey man, if you got the bread to do it, it's worth it to go overseas alone. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Just go to London. London's a cool city. Go to London.
London's fun, man. Matt Bag says, Sonny's lived there.
Yeah.
You can ask Sonny all the fun places to go. I don't know if you're Puerto Rican, so I'm pretty sure Sonny found every Puerto Rican spot in London, all 2 of them. Like, I don't know if there is a lot for
Don't
you
go
to
there
do
for
out
the
there.
food. I wouldn't go there for the food. London is not the place for food.
Is there a Puerto Rican enclave in London?
I found a Cuban place.
You had to settle for a Cuban place.
But not only that, I tasted it, and when I because Cuban food is good, right? And then I ate it. I'm like, this has no flavor. What the heck are you doing? Why is this no flavor in this Cuban food? Yeah, England is great, not for the food.
It's a long way from the islands over there. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it's a long way. You're right. The pick is in for the Jets as well.
That
I
is
feel like the draft is moving quick.
that's how down bad you were, because I know like the islands don't always get along there, right? Like, it's not like a seamless all one like area. It's like
We have
if you're Puerto
rivalries.
Rican, it's not a guarantee you going with Dominican food or like Cuban food. So I imagine you're
So
like
Puerto
I
Rican
guess
and
I'll settle
Dominican
for
is similar.
Spanish.
But I was looking for flavor at that point. Give me anything with flavor. At some point, I was gonna start walking in there with salt and pepper just to put some flavor in the food.
All right,
Anyway,
my guy Matt says a key starter plus a war chest for the quarterback draft next year. Win-win as far as I'm concerned. We need to get a guy quarterback, only one this year. Again, I get what people are saying, where it's like, hey, we're just gonna help us get a quarterback next year. It could also be the 30th pick in the draft next year, right? Like, so we there's no guarantee on what this could be. These kids are insane. These kids are insane on TV right now. So there's no guarantee like we're really just gonna have to wait and judge this trade back.
yep.
Someone said Dart and Travion Henderson in the second.
Dart.
Mods. Time
Q-
Corey out. You
Q
did
will
not just
die.
suggest Jackson Dart to me.
You would die.
Time him out. What are you doing, dog? I already had to just not get Abdul and Travis, and now you gonna do this to me? You gonna force Jackson Dart upon me? By the way, I gotta go to bed with this shit hanging over my head. We got 2 chances to get him. I'm gonna get no rest, dog. Absolutely no rest. I gotta record something
he a
for
Brown
Gay Channel
fan?
in a second. I don't know, man. I don't know. Sly says looking up. Okay, I got that one. Jetty free agency in 4 years. Okay. Yeah, Corey. Somebody give him a 5 minute out. Now, if you're saying Mason Graham's a horrible draft pick, like, okay, relax, buddy.
That's not true.
Everybody's mad. You're allowed to get shit off because everybody's mad they traded back from 2, but relax, okay? Mason Graham is not a bad draft pick. The AFC North is not excited that you went there.
So the one thing I don't understand here, I thought when the Giants, just to shift the conversation a little, they were going to trade.
Somebody said Andrew Berry ignored the defensive tackle rule for years, and then he spent his last 2 first picks on defensive tackles. Hey, it's a correction.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a correction.
He's trying to. So the Giants picked the 5th year on Thibodeau just now after trading for Carter.
They probably had to ensure him, right?
But they also remember last year they traded for Burns from Carolina and they paid him.
Hey, look, you can never have enough pass rushers.
I thought they were gonna trade Thibodeau. I thought like, because I was like, maybe the Ravens can get him for like a 3rd or something.
Miles, Hall, Mason, Obo, D-line, plus an extra. Okay, so my guy Nicodemus is excited about that. Shout out to you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I think. Go ahead, Sonny.
No, that's what I was saying. I thought Thibodeau was gonna be.
Yeah, I think Abdul will probably be used like as a rover, right? They'll move him around, put him in different spots, and then you can let Kayvon Thibodeau play like 4-eye, kick in at 3-tech, and just have Abdul move around where he wants. Part of the value of getting Abdul Carter is his versatility on the alignment chart. So you're going to want that. You're going to want more edges with the dude like Abdul, right? Because he's not a traditional plop him on the edge, use him that way player.
And so also for Browns fans, I do think if I was you guys, but I don't want to sound like Jarrett and I don't sound condescending or anything, but if I'm thinking just future and all that, I actually like the trade, and I like the pick, by the way. I like Graham. I think he's solid. I think he's good, and solid sounds disrespectful. I think he's a good player. I actually think if then you pair him with a Myles Garrett, he can be potentially dangerous, right? And you have Hall from last year that show flashes. So you had the two guys there in the middle. The question now is who's gonna be on the other side of Miles. But again, you had the 33rd pick, and you had I think it's the 70th, right? Is that what? No, the third. What is the?
We got 33 and 39.
33 and 39. You can get one of the pass rushers, right? Let's say if you guys like Pierce from Tennessee, maybe you can get him at 33. And now that D-line becomes stupidly dangerous, right? So there's potential that your D-line here, the whole front, it's going to be ridiculously good, right? So there's a lot to get excited if you're a Browns fan. I know. I think the shitty part is you get excited. You basically everybody because there was a debate here. Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter. That debate then got trashed. No, it's Hunter. So then you're excited, man. You only
Jets
got the
went
best
Membu, by the way.
Oh, Membu. Okay, a solid pick for the Jets. And so that is the hard part. I have a question for you because now we're approaching an area of a guy that I liked, but I don't know if he should be this high, which is McMillan. Some people are saying that he will go to the Cowboys. I think Cowboys are like 11th pick. What do you think about Tack McMillan? Or did you even saw his film?
What, Ted McMillan?
Tech McMillan. Yes.
I'm not a big tech guy.
Right. I like Higgins more than him as one of my big receivers.
Jaden Higgins.
I love Jaden Higgins.
I like Ibuka.
Ibuka's good.
Ibuka. Yeah. I like Ibuka. Matthew Golden is interesting. I just don't think we need another short, fast guy. But
what Mbuka and so Judy plays the slot, but he also plays outside, right?
Yeah, Judy primarily plays the slot.
Which Mbuka, that's what his trait is, right?
Yeah. We need an X.
That's what Jaden Higgins is, in my opinion.
Yeah, Jaden Elick Ayamaner's my guy. I like him a lot too. Ace, man, I don't think my streams have been able to get your words off here. Thank you, Joseph, for the super chat. I don't think my stream's been able to hear your thoughts on what the Browns did. Let's get an outsider perspective because Browns fans are pissed right now.
The one thing I'll say is for the Browns to at least come away with a guy that was supposed to be a top 5 pick in Mason Graham, that's not too bad. It's not the sexy pick, but it is a guy that was expected to go in the top 5, very highly regarded in this class. So for you to move back, get the picks that you got and get Mason Graham, I don't think that that's the worst thing in the world. Like there's a lot of things that you could have done and a lot of different people that you could have picked at that position where it would have been bad. Mason Graham's going to give you a D tackle that you can still install in that Browns defensive line, and he should play at a high level. Now, I'm not the biggest Mason Graham guy per se. Like I actually think Walter Nolan might be a better pass rusher, but he's viewed as DT1. It's like undeniable that he's supposed to be DT1 in this class. So
it kind of reminds me of what like DJ Reader did for your defense, what he could do for the Cleveland Browns, right? Like DJ Reader wasn't the best pass rusher per se, but what DJ Reader was a hellraiser. Like if you tried to pull a guard, you're not that guy's not going to get there because he's raising hell in the interior of that line. And if he could be a DJ Reader level player for a consistent period of time, and then you have Miles with that, the vision is clear on how very effective that's going to be. Because again, that was very effective for the Bengals with Trey Hendrickson and DJ Reader. So this is like, you could do way worse. I would have threw up if they would have traded back from 5 and went to like 15. That's when I start to get PTSD. The fact that they got, like, it's not great that they didn't get Abdul or Travis, and we'll see if they win that bet, right? I don't feel great about winning that bet right now, and I think that's where a lot of people sit. But if you win that bet and this nets you a top 10 pick next year, and that helps you get a quarterback, then all of a sudden, this flips. The perception of this flips. The day of the draft, the opinions you have the day of the draft, least important day ever, right? As far as your opinion goes. You know, there were Bengal fans who were upset that the Bengals didn't take Panay when you took Chase, right? There were some Bengal fans, not a lot, that were upset you gave up on Andy Dalton to go for Joe Burrow, even though it was obviously going to happen. Right? Same thing with the Ravens. There were Raven fans who were just laughing at the concept of drafting Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
Just thought it was hilarious, right? What happens day one don't matter, right? How we feel about this pick at the end of this year and next year, that matters a ton. And that's the bet that they're making. We'll see if they win that bet. But getting Mason Graham, I think, hedges the bet enough to where I could be okay with it. Like, you didn't trade back so far that we're like, all right, it's a first round pick next year, a bunch of picks next year, in like Tyler Warren or who would I like, Mike Green. I'd be throwing up like in my mouth. Like, okay, we went from Abdul Carter to Mike Green. Like, it's crazy. And no disrespect to Mike Green, it's just he ain't Abdul. So it's a time game. We're going to have to see what happens. I don't think anybody's thrilled because it feels like we've been waiting 3 years for this pick, right? Like, so it's going to be one where you better be right about Mason Graham. He better be a contributor right away. But if he is, then all of a sudden shit gets a lot. People start to calm down. They'll buy the Mason Graham jerseys and they'll act like they never disliked this pick. Ted McMillan just went 8th.
That's crazy.
Tay McMillan, that's
high.
But they need wide receivers there in Carolina, right?
They do. They've been begging for a receiver for a while. I mean, they got so desperate they went and traded for Deontay Johnson. So they're a little desperate.
And they said, no, you take them.
Ted McMillan.
And look, if the Browns are wrong about this bet and they get nothing out this trade back, then everybody should be fired. Right? Like, if we're sitting back 2 years and we're like, well, we fucked ourselves out of a pick. We did nothing with the pick. And that's what we have to net for, then everybody gets fired. Right? Like, that's what they're like. People are like, they got to be held accountable for it. You'll hold them accountable once we know what happens. Right? And if that happens, then, everybody gets fired. But if they're right, then they could have put the foundation down to really set this franchise up to actually get out of this Deshaun Watson thing with the chance to get a quarterback. Because that's the thing. You get your quarterback next year with these picks, it don't matter. Like, do we care about how Houston got those extra picks to get CJ?
No.
It don't matter. Nobody gives a fuck. Hey, what did the Chiefs get to get Pat?
I didn't know.
I have no clue. It doesn't matter. What did the Bills give up to get Josh Allen?
No, I can't remember either.
Mm-hmm. What y'all trade to get Lamar? 32. You remember?
One first.
Like,
and a second. That's it.
Yeah. Doesn't matter, right?
Doesn't matter.
It matters so little. So that's the bet they're making. Now, if they do, I would be surprised now if they take a quarterback, because this kind of signals to me they're betting on quarterback next year.
Now,
if they take a quarterback this year, I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck are we going to do with those extra first round picks?
Yeah. They also that for me that means also that your boy Stefanski's
the
safe.
TikTok energy on this tech kid is just awful. I think he's going to be terrible because of it now.
Well, he also went to the Panthers.
Yeah. He's also the guy that got called out for not watching film.
No, he got caught saying that he doesn't watch film, that he doesn't watch football at all, other than just playing. He doesn't watch. He
look like he don't watch football.
I'm not gonna lie. I haven't
he look like
been,
one of them dudes. Who's your favorite team? Kansas City. Oh, okay. Yeah. Not gonna talk to you seriously. Where you from? Minnesota. That don't make no sense, dog.
I haven't been watching this dude at all because I wasn't looking at any of the wide receivers, so I've seen the name, but I just did not imagine him looking like this.
Y'all mind if I get through some supers real quick?
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
All right. We got not Nicodemus. EJ El Jefe. If Mason Graham isn't Nightwalker version of Aaron Donald or JJ Watt uninjured, this is ridiculous. He does not have to be fucking JJ Watt.
Yeah,
okay? Like if he's Jeffrey Simmons, if he is what's his name? Big Jeff, Cam Hayward, like if he's that DJ Reader, then you're excited about this pick. Feeling dangerous. It'll be a long year without much hope at quarterback if we don't pick one. Hey, man, it might just have to be. Like, if you don't think the quarterback's in this class and you're armoring up to take one next year, then don't waste your time taking a quarterback that you're going to give up on in a year. Like, throw all that shit out the window, right? Just get the players you want. Die Snow, appreciate the super chat. Sins killed you. As Q said, Jim Schwartz is only good as the D-line is. That's true. And the D-line is going to be great. Would have been better with Carter, but I don't want to think about it. Yeah, but are you extra first round pick, extra second round pick better? You know, we'll see. We'll see. Again, we'll see. We will see. I think Abdul's going to be fucking amazing.
I agree with that sentiment. Yeah. I think Abdul's going to be insane.
Face Disabler says, silver lining, we get to spend 2025 rooting for the continued downfall of Trevor Lawrence. Graham is solid, and day 2 will be fun now. We'll see what happens if those picks make it to day 2. EJ, again, we need Sanders. Don't let him fall to Schittsburg. Mason Graham better be better. Okay.
He wants Sanders?
I think people just want something to get excited about. Right?
Yeah, but at this point, you have to trust the process, essentially. Whatever the process is that the AB has, you have to trust it.
To be fair to Browns fans, they've come out of 3 years of Deshaun Watson. They're not trying to trust shit no more. Right? Like, it's just going to be a rough year with fan sentiment.
Kevin Banks
in January, if you told me we get Mason an extra first and second, we'd all be excited. Just sucks in the moment. It's disappointing. It's anticlimactic, but the result, if you think about it, isn't terrible, right? Isn't bad, and it's not a bad haul that you got. The 9 picks about to come in.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
Run on the O-line.
Wow, it's early for him.
3 tackles already out. 3 tackles.
He was a unanimous All-American as a junior.
That's a big boy, though.
Yeah, it's a big boy.
That's a BMF. A big motherfucker.
He looks for a moment like Orlando Brown.
Zeus is like 6'6", right? Though, right? No, Zeus is like 6'8".
Yeah, 6'8".
Oh, not Zeus. Zeus. Zeus.
Yeah,
Zeus Jr.
Yeah, they call him Zeus Jr. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about what's his name? The first pick y'all had in franchise history.
Oh, Jonathan Ogden.
Yeah, now that man was like 6'10".
Yeah, that guy was insanely big. Yeah, Orlando Brown 6'8". He's huge. 6'8", 345 is what they have here.
Whew. Big man. Big man.
I don't know
what he be moving too. Good arms, legs. He just can't play tackle. He ain't got the feet for it. But big brother, look at that poor linebacker. Just can't pull it off to him.
You think they're gonna put him in right tackle? Because remember, the right tackle just retired. Rush or whatever it was.
Yeah, probably will. Right? You don't draft him in the top 10 and put him at guard.
Yeah.
All right. Lucas Wilson says, I'm just interested to see what they do tomorrow if they keep the picks. Yeah. Autistic Kid says, Fowler made a great point. Mason Graham was on their short list, so getting value for 2 was worth it. If they viewed Mason Graham on the same level as Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter, I understand why they do it. Like, if they feel like they didn't even drop a quality of player to do this,
I get
it. Yeah, I get it. I don't think Mason's on that same level as Abdul because he's just not the athlete of these two are, right? But we've seen guys who aren't great athletes become hellraisers in the NFL. I mean, TJ Watt's a great example of this. Nobody thought TJ would have the ceiling that he had in the NFL, even though he's a little overrated. But he was able to have it.
I would say Cam Hayward, right? Like I did not expect Cam Hayward to be
if
that.
Mason Graham becomes Cam Hayward, then everybody's gonna like go back and say, man, the chat was crazy back then. Like they weren't in it. But yeah, it is here. We're rounding out the top 10 here with Chicago. What you think?
I don't even know what Chicago's gonna do, because I thought they wanted one of the linemen. Oh, they don't have a tight end. Maybe this is where Warren goes.
Yeah. Lamont says, do you think we should look for a edge, rushing, or a corner in the next round? I mean, you can't get Travis Hunter back. You can't get Abdul back. You might as well just go BPA. Akalon says, tell Cove AB has the Itachi level Jizit. I don't know what the hell you just said to me, but it sounds like anime. It sounds like anime to me. Are they doing the schedule release thing? They talk about the first game?
I guess.
Yeah, I do not care. It's going to be what? Philadelphia, Dallas? There's no way it's not going to be Philadelphia, Dallas. Yeah, don't let your disappointment in the Browns trading back and not getting Travis and Abdul confuse. Don't confuse that with Mason Graham isn't good.
No, Mason Graham's a great pick.
Yeah, and I think that's the important thing for Browns fans to keep in mind. Those are two things that you should not confuse. Mason Graham's a good football player. Are we disappointed that we didn't take Abdul? Are we disappointed that we didn't take Travis? Yes. But it's not like you just passed on him and took Mason at 2, right? You traded back. You got a bunch of extra picks. We'll see what those picks turn into. And you still got Mason Graham. So, yes, is it disappointing that you just didn't take the player 2? But could this work out for the team in the long run? It doesn't seem like it's going to be hard for this to work out for them in the long run. I'll just put it like that. This could easily work out for them in the long run.
I think he could be a Cam Hayward type of pick. Definitely, yeah. I can see him being a Cam Hayward when it's all said and done. Yeah. So the pick is in.
Yeah, the Shador slide's real though, right? 9 was supposed to be where Shador was going to go. We're at 10.
21 is the next part, right, for him.
Yeah, so the Shador slide was real. And hey, who knows? Like, what if Travis goes over to Jacksonville and does what Jacksonville draft picks usually do, which is not be very good? Like, then all of a sudden...
That's fair.
Yeah, like, all of a sudden, it's different. So, I'm just saying, keep in mind that this is just day 1 of a 5-year process.
Yep.
So don't get too caught up in how you feel the first day. Hell, me and Sonny didn't like each other the first day we met, right?
I said it. Look, I said this a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago. That the draft is like Christmas. You might wrap it, and it might be the greatest gift. Sometimes you wrap it, and it's not good, right? Like literally, you never know. But
sometimes you get a gift, you think it's ass, and then like 3 months later, you're like, "This is the only gift I'm still using."
Exactly.
Like, we'll see.
They're booing the pick.
I was say they're booing Walter Payton.
No, they were booing when they said the pick. Oh wow!
15,000 yards.
We got another super chat. Had to watch Punk get stomped on Raw. Wasn't in the mood to watch Travis and Abdul go other places. Graham is legit though from Caleb. I agree.
Not only for his performance.
I guess my stream is a little ahead of yours.
But also his
it is.
To give back
because I just saw the pick.
Oh yeah, let me catch up. I'm behind. Oh, did it go? Colston Loveland was the first tight end. Huh? Yeah. Wow.
So I said tight end, but I thought Warren was going to be.
The 49ers can't keep getting away with this. No. They're going to get Tyler Warren to replace George Kittle.
And they're going to say goodbye.
Oh, no.
DJ Moore. Robo Doomsday for Caleb Williams.
Although there's a lot
Hey,
of
no,
rumors that
hold
they
on. I
wanted
want to roast
Nolan.
somebody in chat real quick. The Virgin. Let's bring him out here. Graham is not good just because Q said so. I've watched over an hour of film of him falling over himself. Sir, you watched an hour of film?
Of Graham.
Why did you tell yourself that? Why did you tell her yourself, my guy? Except this timeout. Why did you tell her yourself? You watched what? So you watched one game? Like an hour? That's not a sufficient time to be watching film. One game should take you like 2 hours, like at the very least.
I'm surprised at Loveland. So Loveland was over Graham.
It might be because he's younger, and they have a pretty early timeline with Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams has
disappointed,
weapons.
by the way, Browns fans, but also disappointment in not getting to pick. Separate that from how you feel about Mason, because Mason is not a bad player.
Don't take it on the kid.
Separate those two things.
Yeah, come on, because this kid already knows like people are gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, and was he falling over himself when he ruined the best football team in college this year, Ohio State? Chances of winning the Big Ten. Like, this dude's really good at football.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this. The other D tackle of Michigan. It's not Graham. His name is escaping me. Do you know who I'm talking about, Q?
For Michigan? Oh, you're talking about Kenneth Grant?
Kenneth.
Is it Kenneth? I think it's Grant. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Graham.
He's super young. He's like 21.
I was watching him because that's one of the potentials, and I'm not sure how good he is because I was seeing him next to Mason, and I'm like, is this dude good? Because this effort here is just sucking everybody, and now he just has a easier one-on-one here, right? Or hey, Q, what would it be if you guys double up and get both D tackles from Michigan?
Hey, look, man, I'm not gonna have I'd never have a problem with drafting a good defensive tackle, right?
Yeah,
I love defensive tackle play, edge play. If you've watched me long enough, you know that I have a fandom of the trench play. And Mason Graham's very good.
Yeah.
A lot of people think he's very good. I think he's good. There are plenty of more qualified people than me that think Mason Graham's really, really good. Like, it's not a Quincy's on an island opinion. This dude's good at football. You can watch him versus Ohio State, watch him all 2023, watch him in a national championship game. Really good football player. But again, what was your question, Sonny?
No, I agree with you. I was saying more like I think it's a possibility that you guys can go double up. I think it's a possibility that when you roll by pick 40, your D line looks stacked, right? Between D tackles, maybe you get a James Pierce or the kid from Ole Miss, the pass rusher. He's a possibility over there. I think there's a lot of potential. I have a quick super chat here for Frank. Shout out to you, man. Thinking of how great and fun to watch the Browns D-line was in 2023. I'm looking forward to this season. We've needed a real run stopper at D tackle, and I guess we finally have one in Mason. And again, two top 30 picks. So
yeah, two top. Well, you get an extra top 100 pick.
I'm sorry, 3 top 40. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, 3 top 40 picks. I mean, we'll see what they do with them, right?
Yes.
We'll see what they do with them. But really good football player Mason Graham is, right? I think we're letting this is a classic. We're giving Tingus Pingus moments, right? Like the Kristaps Porzingis moment, where Knicks fans were upset about that. And it's like, Tingus Pingus, who's this guy? I think Mason Graham's really good, man. Really, really good.
Yes. Would you be happy at 33 with a edge?
It depends who's there. If Shamar Stewart is there, do it.
Yeah. Who I'm not a big fan and people would love him. I personally don't like him, and I could be a meme because this, who knows, it could be a possibility. Jalen Walker from Georgia. Actually, I don't like neither of the Georgia boys. Neither of the
You don't
Georgia
like
pass rush.
Michael either? I
Nah.
like Michael. I like long, strong pass rushers. But I don't
But I
like
like
him
him
super
more.
early in the first.
I like him more than Walker. I really don't like Walker.
I like Stewart a lot. Stewart's really good. I know people get caught up on his production, but TFLs, pressures, he's disruptive.
I like Izaraku. That's my favorite.
Izaraku's good. Femi Oladejo is good too. There's a lot of good players that you can get at edge. I just don't know how much room we got for another defensive tackle. We signed Malik Collins, right? We have Mike Hall. We have Shelby Harris already under contract. So we got a lot of defensive linemen. So I don't know how we're going to continue to roster all these guys.
But that's what I'm saying, edge more than D tackle.
Yeah, well, even if edge, you got to keep 10 of them combined.
Yeah.
Harvinger says, hey, Q, thanks for hosting. How do you feel about Mason Graham's ability to stop the run? We got Gash last year, bigger strategy. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're worried about stopping the run, Mason Graham is the best run stuffer in this draft, right? Like him and Kenneth Grant were really good at that. And again, that's what we talked about with him being more of a DJ Reader type. 49ers pick's about to come in.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom.
Who do you think they take here?
The 2025
Nolan. I'm going to go with Nolan.
Will Barry ever take a skill position before the third? Probably going to take one with one of those 2 fucking first-round picks. Wow, they went Mike Hill. Well, you love that.
They went Mike Hill?
Yeah.
Take him. Good. The other, you guys know the pick that I said I don't want is the guard out of Bama. It's not that he's bad. I just don't want him that early.
Oh, Tyler Booker?
Yeah, I prefer the kid from Georgia in the second round. The Mohawk kid.
Oh, Tate Rutledge?
Yes.
I think he's just old. But y'all love old.
That's okay. It's fine. That's fine. He can be old.
The Ravens love old.
I don't care. I think he's good. I was watching I was watching some Georgia games. I saw the Georgia boys and I saw him and I'm like, I like this guard. He's legit. And he doesn't. I can get somebody else in the first.
Yeah.
My favorite receiver is Higgins this year.
Now, if we would have took Michael Williams at 5, yeah, I'm not giving this any chance.
Yeah, right.
Like, if we trade back to 12 and it took Michael, furious, right? Like, yeah, you took a player I don't even like at all. Yeah, man. It looks like that quarterback slide's real. Nelson says, Boricua. Can you say it, Sonny?
Boricua.
El Paso, we have 2 good Puerto Rican restaurants.
Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know if I ever in El Paso. San Antonio had great food, by the way. They had good Puerto Rican restaurant when I was there.
Wait, is it like, where are the Puerto Rican hotspots? Florida? Like, is it all Florida?
Yeah, Central Florida. It's
probably Florida and the coast, right?
Orlando area. Kissimmee, it's like an extension of Puerto Rico. You go there, you feel like you're back in Puerto Rico. It's insane. If you still go to New York, there's some areas, some pockets in New York that also feel like you're in Puerto Rico. Really good restaurants too.
There is something in like Baltimore too, because I think I stumbled upon it the last time I was there.
Yeah, it's not really. Baltimore Puerto Rican food is like scarce.
Someone said, should we go Will Howard in the second? That's a little early.
Will Howard. By the way, people hate Will Howard. I actually like Will Howard. I said if he's there in the 4th or the 5th, and the Ravens must invest it as a backup.
Yeah, Will's like my QB4. You know, I like Will.
I don't understand why people hate on Howard. I don't watch the combine. I don't know if the combine he had a turn.
There's a dynamic at play with Will, right? On one hand, Will is super underrated, which causes people to hype him up a lot, and then Will has flaws, so then people smack him off the pedestal, and then it gets very violent towards the other way.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Someone said Baltimore has good Greek food.
They do have good Greek food.
Tyler Booker just went. Oh, this is Sonny's dream right now. All right, Sonny, who else do you not like? Let's see who Miami takes.
I think Miami might take Warren, or there's some rumors out there that that the Hill might be gone because of all of the troubles.
Who?
Hill, Hill,
Tyreek.
Yeah. So the question here, they go Colson, Texas. Yeah, maybe.
That'd be early.
It will be early.
Hey, look.
We're getting close to Cincy, by the way. Cincy's pick is close.
The quarterback slide is real. With no end and stop. I'm not surprised. Are you surprised that the quarterbacks are falling?
No. If you're smart, this is what you do. I would argue that Tennessee shouldn't have picked Cam Ward either.
Look, I've been fighting that battle with these people for a while.
Because I did see a couple Miami games just during the season. I'm like, I was not surprised. You
don't have to convince me. I am not Cam Ward guy.
He just flashes. He would have a couple of throws. You're like, damn, that's a nice throw. But on the overall game, like if you were just watching again, I watched a couple of Miami games.
What are the odds the Browns take Milroe now? I think they're lower now. But go ahead, Sonny.
Because I said Milroe. If you get Genty, I said to Q earlier before, like when they were still picking like third. I said maybe you pick a Genty and Milroe and say we're just gonna be dynamic and just be different. Wildcat this shit. But
you just throw Milroe out there and just say, all right, man, let's see what goes.
Yeah. And if we suck, then we'll come back next year.
Might be. I mean, you do have the extra pick now.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens here.
But I do think at 33rd, there's going to be good players out there. Maybe one of the safeties will be there. Let me see.
I'm trying to get the draft screen up for you guys. So if I'm not talking, that's why.
You want me to pull it, Q? I can do it.
No. I'm doing like a Fire TV thing so you can see it.
Let me see the actual board here.
Hopefully I don't get copyright strike for this. This is kind of risky. I ain't gonna lie. What I'm about to do on my stream.
But what are you trying to do? The draft board, Q?
So I have a Fire TV plugged into a capture card, and I'm putting like the little ticker. I'm cutting out everything else but the ticker and showing the ticker on stream.
Gotcha.
If you want to go to my stream, you can see what I'm talking about.
Gotcha. David here says, thanks for coming together and doing this. Best sports show on YouTube. Hope Ace and Jerry can make it. Yeah, so Ace is coming in and out. Jared is stuck on a couple. So Jared's a writer, and he has a couple assignments. But he said as soon as the Steelers pick, he's going to try to come here and give his thoughts on the Steelers. But yeah, he's stuck on some writing assignments right now. Ace is coming in and out. By the way, like I said, the Bengals pick is soon. I know Ace won Nolan, and the other one he wanted was the corner from Michigan, Will Johnson.
He's still
Ace.
there.
Yeah, but all I heard from Will Johnson is because of injuries, people are. I look. That's a guy that probably can. I can see it slide all the way to 33rd. Will Johnson doesn't fit what the Ravens want to do, so Will Johnson is more of a zone type of guy, and the Ravens have been moving more to man coverage guy.
Who is this man? Oh, it's Tyler Booker.
Yeah,
bear hugging
big boy.
Whew, you gotta be a big man to make Jalen Milroe look small.
Yeah, big boy.
Big Daddy Dub says, best case scenario, we have a fun 9-8 season and the Jags let us get the number 1 pick and Mason Graham is a dog and to be a great fit in Cleveland. Yeah, I mean, once we get over the disappointment of, basically 3 years, like if the Browns had a first round pick last year, I don't think we're tripping like this, right? But we haven't had a first round pick in 3 years. Once we get over that, we're going to realize Mason Graham, really good football player, right? It's just the disappointment of thinking you're going to get one of the top players, one of the most popular players in this draft class in Travis Hunter. I mean, that's somebody even like, I'm sure, Sonny, your wife knows who Travis Hunter is, right? Like, household name, right?
Everybody knows Hunter.
You get a legitimate guy who's already a star, household name, and now you're getting Mason Graham, who's not a household name, but still a really, really good football player. So,
Yeah, and the other problem with Mason Graham, not a problem for me, but for a lot of people, same thing when you pick offensive players and D tackles, offensive guards and D tackles, they're not sexy. You hear less from them, right? So then people think, oh, this guy's a bum, when this guy's probably sucking two guys, so your edge rusher can make the tackle in the sack. So that's also a problem, right? The people, those are not position that people are like, oh my god, I got it. I love the tackles. I love O linemen. But I understand how people don't get excited for that versus with Charles Hunter. Man, we got the best receiver. Oh, by the way, we got the best corner. Oh, we got both in one. So I get it.
And it's a super exciting prospect too, right?
Yeah,
like the prospect of getting the dude,
impactful.
Yeah. Like, I get I really do get the disappointment for some fans. It's just also you can't get too caught up in the disappointment to throw that on a player just take it 5, right? Like, it's not like you took somebody at 15, 20. You took a guy at 5. He's Mason Graham. Yep. It's a really good pick. It's a really good player. It's a really good fit. And then, look, the upside here, right? You traded the upside of Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter, right? Which I think is a little higher than Mason. But we're still talking about somebody in Mason Graham who could be Cam Hayward. The upside that you traded for Abdul and Travis is whatever happens with that future first and what you get out of 39, right? If that is a combination of things that turns into an elite player next year or a quarterback, then it's worth it. Ghost says, would love Hampton Henderson at 33 and Milroe at 36. Would be great, but they will probably take a kicker and a long snapper with those picks. Just taking the piss.
I mean, I'm gonna double check something here for you Browns fans. Look, so
it's always the people who don't know what they're talking about want to be the loudest.
36, and this is for Jacksonville. A mock draft here has Donovan Jackson. That could be a good pick. Jaden Higgins will be there again. I love Jaden Higgins. I know your boy from Stanford will be there. Oh, probably. I mean, we don't know for sure. Yeah.
I'm on the Elick Manor island. I like him. Big physical wide receiver.
Do you like Maxwell? The Hairston, the corner from Kentucky, Jacksonville. He probably would be there.
Here not a big fan. I don't know much about him, actually.
Jaden Higgins. I don't love him. I personally don't love him. I researched him because somebody was mocking him in the first round to the Ravens. Zabel is a possibility there. Great Zabel. I like Great Zabel a lot. So there's potentially a lot of good picks for you guys still early in the second. Sorry. Luther Burton, do you like him?
Luther's cool. Kenneth Grant just went 13th.
Damn.
Yeah, Kenneth Grant just went 13th.
To the Dolphins. I was not expecting that. Q, you know who so the tackles are coming, but the edges are not.
What, D tackle?
Yeah, think about it. The Shamar's still there. Pierce is still there. Ace should be happy right now. Oh wait! Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Howdy.
Jerry, you look very casual right now. I like it.
Well, here's the thing. So I wanted to do it, where I usually stream, but there's not like a TV inside. I had to move a lot of stuff around.
Oh, so I got the whole thing.
Yeah. We got. So I'm just in my living room right now. I'm just sitting like I'm on Matt and Shane's secret podcast, recording like a comedy pod, and it's very nice.
Like you're about to riff on a really shitty B movie on Tubi.
Oh wait, Q, how you feel about the trade?
All right, so there's two levels to it, right? The Browns haven't had a first round pick in a long time, and it's really anticlimactic to the first thing you do is trade back, especially when Abdul and Travis are there. So that's tough, right?
Yep.
Going back, get it to 5, getting Mason Graham. I like Mason Graham. I don't know how you feel about Mason, but
that's a good pick.
Mason's a really good football player, right? And you got a good haul for moving back 3 spots. Like, I don't think there's any denying
That was
right?
that was my thinking of it. Like everybody freaked out, like, oh man, they're not getting Travis Hunter, but then you look at the compensation that they got, and that was absolutely the right thing to do.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like maybe we'll feel better about it. Well, maybe we'll know how to feel about it at the end of this year, and we're like, oh, laser eye Andrew Barrett. But it was never going to be a trade that was going to win tonight, right? And the least important night to win during the draft is the draft day.
Right.
Like, it's day 1 of a 3-year process, right? 3 to 5 year process. So, it is a long-term move. I'm happy they picked at 5 instead of trading back again. That's where I would have gotten furious.
Yeah.
But you get Mason. Mason is not one of the top 3 players I've had, but he's certainly in my top 5 of this draft class. So I think you got fair value for that pick there.
I would agree.
Yeah, he's a really good football player, disruptor. And if that guy can be on your defensive line for the next 10 years next to Myles Garrett, if you get like a Cam Hayward level guy out there or DJ Reader or Big Jeff, then you're talking like you're doing backflips. You got a really good player and you got an extra first for moving back. I mean, that's kind of what Philly did, right? When Philly moved back off of Jalen Waddle. And I think, did they get Jalen Carter and then an extra first that year?
Was Jalen Carter the extra first? I don't think Waddle and Carter are in the same year. Oh, you mean with the pick that they got?
Yeah, the Jalen Carter was the pick they used with Miami, but I think they traded back, and I think they got Ayuk or something. No, not Ayuk. Who did they get? Oh, Devonta Smith. They traded back. Got Devonta Smith, and then got an extra first. And like we're like, oh shit, the Eagles are the best GM. They're the best coach. Right. They're the best GM team ever. It could easily be that. And it's Jacksonville. And like, no disrespect to my guy JP.
Mm-hmm. Who, by the way, is very happy right now on.
Hey, look, I would be happy too. He's really good. Travis Hunter's a really good player. You should be thrilled if you got Travis or Abdul today. They're really good. And so is Mason Graham, but I think those two are a little bit better prospects. You trade the upside to get the future first.
No, I agree. And by the way, Tyler Warren, as everybody expected, is an Indianapolis Colt.
Yeah, they turned that shit in fast.
That was the most chalk pick you could have had at 14, like as close to a guarantee as you could have got.
What do you think about Loveland going earlier?
That was so Bears. Like, well, Loveland's obviously a good player, but well, you know what? I say that now. Probably fits what Ben Johnson wants. He wanted Sam Laporta, and I think Loveland's closer to being Laporta than Tyler Warren is. So I guess that kind of makes sense for what they want to do schematically. I'm excited to see what Steichen's going to do with Warren, though.
Do you have gain control in your mic?
What's up?
Do you have gain control in your mic?
I don't know what that means.
The volume.
Oh, can you not hear me?
No, I can hear you. You're just like, you're peaking a lot on your audio level.
Oh, no, not really.
Yeah, just probably just, yeah, you're probably up on it, but just get it back from
That's okay. I'm going to hold very still and just talk like this. Is that okay? Can you hear me?
Look, hey, some people go to school for 4 years to learn that. Hey, I was one of those guys.
Well, as long as you can hear me, that's my most important.
It's like down, you want to be about 6 inches away from your jawline. So you want there to be space.
How about this?
That's perfect.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you sound much better. You sound so much better, dude.
Rad. I guess I was kind of deep throating it there for a minute. That was
it's a family friendly stream, but yeah,
it's okay. It's 9:40. We're allowed to have one of those.
It's Nick at night now, Yeah,
Nick at night.
Yeah, Glenn Martin DDS is on.
This is just a podcast. It's on during the draft. This is
by the way,
and anybody who has followed me for any amount of time knows my vibe, so they're not surprised. We're okay.
Warren, when the Colts might be excited, she should be super excited because that's the guy that they always wanted.
Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna be good, but they'll be at least like bad and fun.
So what edge does Atlanta go with here? Is it Mike Green?
No, I heard Shamar is the guy that they love.
I'll guess Ezaraku from Boston College.
No,
Funsies.
why? No, that's the guy I wanted
Just
to
the
fall to
fuck
the
Sonny
Ravens.
O. I hope we trade right in front of the Ravens today.
To get a Siraku. Ah,
I got 2 Jimmy John sandwiches, by the way.
Oh,
I got some
good.
poppies in the
Nice.
fridge. I'm good to
nice.
go. I'm good to go. I got to record something from here. Hey, Divergent, shut the fuck up. Nobody's going to bring you on stream to debate you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You keep calling Mason Graham fat and unathletic because you're
What are you
watching an
talking
hour
about?
of tape. Somebody in my chat. Yeah, somebody in my chat
He's
on my stream.
streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You keep sounding off and reminding people how stupid you are every time you open your mouth. And I got a policy. I don't let dumb people talk on my stream. You know, that's what I try to avoid doing. So if you want to go spout dumb shit, there are plenty of dumb streams you can go out there and go check out. Go to one of those fucking streams, but you can take my dick out of your mouth right now. So we can go ahead and move on.
Friendly stream.
I know.
Yeah, it went off
It's
the
Nick
window.
at night, goddammit. Okay. Yeah. So you want to continue to have my dick in your mouth? Have it, bro. But you know what? I need you to throw it better than that.
Our
Like,
monetization is in great jeopardy right now.
It is what it is.
yeah.
By the way,
Goodness gracious. I forget, you know, I haven't streamed that long and I forget how annoying people can be on the stream. And you just got to crash out once in a while, you know? Yeah.
I'm also going to do one on my channel later on tonight after the first round. So, Steelers fans, go over there if you want to chat with me here.
I wanted to ask you something, Jarrett.
Yeah, what's up?
Shadur's there, is that the pick you won, Shadur?
Like I won't be mad if that's the pick.
Okay.
You got to throw some things at the wall and hope that something sticks. And
if
they love him, then I think that makes sense. Obviously it's the most important position in the game. So if you're going to, if you like him, then you take him. Even if Derek Harmon's there and you really like Derek Harmon, like.
I love Derek Harmon. That's
a quarterback is far more impactful and a bigger need than a defensive tackle. So if he's the pick, I won't be mad.
And so I guess you answered my second question was, if it wasn't Shadur, who would you want? Derek Harmon?
Yeah, I mean, one of the defensive tackles would be fine. If it's Nolan, if it's Harmon, if it's one of the receivers, I'm cool too. So if it's Egbuka or Golden, then I'll be cool with that. All the Pickens trade stuff looks pretty real. So, if they want to get Matthew Golden to be the new 1 and then eventually move Pickens, then that's fine with me.
Golden be the new 2, right? Because you have Metcalf.
Golden would be more of the X with DK being the Y. He'll be, gotcha. the deep guy, and Golden would operate more in the underneath and intermediate.
Do you want to do me a favor, Jarrett? You want to be the team that takes Jackson Dart, so I don't have to think about us having 2 swings at that?
I think that the Giants are going to be the dumb ones that not only take him, they're going to move back into the first to take him.
Come on, jump us, please.
I felt really good too because I finished my final mock yesterday for USA Today, and I had it projected that they would trade with Seattle at 18, and then Daniel Jeremiah released his mock and said the same thing. So I was like, all right, great. I feel very, very smart right now.
Brandon from my chat says family friendly, throwed it better. Not one of the PG moments on this show.
You know who the Falcons can pick? The other linebacker from Georgia.
What's up?
Ooh, Jalen Walker?
Yeah, picking Jalen Walker.
Hey, wild card here. I would draft Jihad Campbell at 15.
Don't tell Sean McDermott that there's a linebacker named Jihad in this draft, by the way.
He not a fan?
No, don't you remember? He did that, what was it? Not this past season. Remember?
Oh, no.
Who they pick? Did you saw the pick?
No. Remember what Sean McDermott got in trouble for?
Not even in trouble, just like publicly. It was like, what the hell are you doing, dude?
Remember what he compared a season to?
Like, we got to come together like the terrorists on 9/11. I'm like, all right, Sean, Jesus.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I don't think the Bills can draft him.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're going to trade up for him.
Would be hilarious.
They need a linebacker.
I think
it would be an excellent pick.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Bills do trade up, I would watch the Steelers as a potential team to watch for that because the Bills have 2 second-round picks. The Steelers could try to get one of those and get a second, which would be good.
My favorite middle linebacker is the kid from Cal.
They are milking these picks right now.
I know.
Oh, bro, they always do.
Yeah,
And then-
but the early ones went quick.
And then for half of them, Goodell comes up and says some shit nobody cares about. Like, get up there, say who the pick is, and then fuck off.
Nah, we gotta announce that we donated $30 to charity.
Jesus.
I'm going roast
Jared, who
beef
do
to
you
start
have
the
them
night.
pick in your mock?
What's up?
Who do you have them pick in your mock?
The
Atlanta.
Steelers?
No, Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta? Who did I have them picking? I think it was the Azaraku kid.
Of course.
Let's see.
The only problem that I have with Shamar, by the way, is
Jalen Walker.
I said it. Georgia boy.
That's interesting.
You know, the Falcons haven't had a great edge rusher since the Clinton administration, and it looks like that's going to continue.
I don't like. Before you came, I was telling Q that I didn't like neither, but I really hated. Walker.
Who are you higher on for a potential stand-up conversion? Because I was higher on Jihad than him.
I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be a total expert on many of these guys. I probably would have leaned Jalen a little bit, but I feel if you would have said that you like Jihad more, I wouldn't have been like, I wouldn't like push back.
I like the size there. I mean, well, Walker's like 6'3", 235.
He big.
6'1". They said
Good beard.
The thing. Good beard.
Could work.
He's got that Georgia defensive player look.
Can I ask a potentially controversial question?
Go ahead. If you're vibing, this is a different stream. If you're vibing,
What
here.
race is Arthur Blank?
Oh wow, I didn't know you were going.
I just didn't know.
I don't know, man.
I don't either.
You would be the expert.
I don't know. He's got that Vin Diesel gene where I just can't tell.
No, you think he's Italian?
I don't know. Maybe I think I would have to guess
Arthur
Italian.
Blank looks like an old white guy from the 20s.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, like there's like that tan going on, and you don't know if that's real or is that just.
He was born to a Jewish family in New York City.
Okay.
He's also a citizen of Israel.
Oh,
okay.
Didn't know any of that about him.
Me
Good for
neither
him.
until now.
I say that like it's like an accomplishment of sorts. He didn't have much control over that. Oh, we got a super chat.
Noah Stone. Quincy, the first of many Hall of Famers that Brady drafts.
I also don't understand why Brady's allowed to be an owner and a commentator. That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Because he's Tom Brady.
You can do it. He has restriction on his commentary. He cannot interview players.
That's even dumber.
You cannot interview player. He cannot interview players. I think there's a couple of things he cannot do.
Yeah, none of that makes sense to me.
I don't disagree.
My thing is, I don't even think he's that good at color commentary.
No, I mean he's not as god awful as
He's not,
his
let's
like
break
biggest
the
critics make him
rules.
to be. He's fine.
For him. Like he's okay. But like
Yeah.
honestly, I preferred was it Greg Olson and Burdick or whatever the
Greg
fuck it
Olson was really good.
Yeah, it was Brenneman and Olsen that were both that were great. No,
Like,
it was
I
Kevin
didn't see
Burkhardt.
why
Kevin
they-
Burkhardt, not Tom
Burkhardt,
Brenneman.
right?
Wrong guy. Tom Brenneman is and there's a deep shot to center field by Castellanos.
I don't like it, most of Fox's. I like the CBS so much.
Yeah, I would say
better.
as a whole
Fox got the
CBS
worst-
death.
The Fox definitely has the lowest floor. Because
Yeah.
they got that Jonathan Vilma team. Woo!
Yeah.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
then they got that Mark Sanchez they can throw at you. It's like, ooh.
No, here's the thing. Mark Sanchez is good. I like Mark Sanchez. I think Mark Sanchez is a very good, very fun color commentator. Vilma's not
I
good.
haven't heard.
With all due respect
Mark
to Jonathan
Sanchez
Vilma.
is cool until like the key player on the team went to a Pac-12 school that's not USC. Then he
Right.
becomes very, very useless.
But no,
So anime
CBS
here.
like any QB but Sanders and I'm happy.
Look at that.
All right. Cam Miller, first round. Let's do it. Pittsburgh.
There you go.
Can
Graham
you
Mertz.
imagine the kid from Louisville.
Graham Mertz. Tommy Merlot. Like,
The kid from Louisville. He was getting praises.
Yeah, somebody made a really good point. I think it was Cowherd actually that made a really good point. Like, if you get talked about more after you're done playing college football than you did when you were playing college football, you're probably just not good.
I agree.
Like, nobody knew who the hell Tyler Shuck was in November. Now all of a sudden he's a first round pick.
Yeah, I agree.
I think if not.
One thing that I stopped doing, Jared, because I saw how much I was changing my opinion on players, was watching the what is it, the thing, the Olympics in shorts.
Combine.
The combine.
Combine. It was changing my opinion on players too much. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna stop this shit. I'm gonna just watch games, and that's what gonna be my opinion. I'm gonna draw the line there. Forget about the combine.
I go to the combine to go to the coaches and GMs pressers, the player pressers. Do a little bit of networking and whatnot. Talk to people in the know. I don't even go to the drills anymore when I'm there.
Yeah.
Honestly, man, like for the trips that I take, I think I'm gonna start going to the owners' meetings instead of the Senior Bowl, just because the access that you get at the owners' meetings.
Way too early top prospect for next year.
That might be.
You're muted, Q.
I know.
That might be what I do next year.
Okay.
Yeah, the way too early prospects for next year.
So you have the press pass to get in.
You have to apply each year to get it, but if you get it once, you'll get it.
I know G. Bush is mad.
What's up?
Oh, you're talking about the press pass for owners? Oh, we got the Cardinals pick in.
We got Cardinals.
I don't even know what they picked. What do you think they picked?
The Arizona Cardinals select
Oh,
Nolan.
Oh,
I was not expecting them to go D tackle.
Ace is mad because that was Ace's favorite player.
That was his guy. That's been his guy in every mock draft.
Oh, Ace wanted the Bengals to get Nolan.
Nolan, yeah, that's been his guy. That and Will Johnson, but he said that Will Johnson wouldn't last.
Will Johnson's there.
I'm thinking that the Bills trade up for Will Johnson.
But who would the?
Or perhaps Jade if the Bengals don't take whichever one the Bengals don't take, because I feel like they're going to take a corner.
Are you Jade or Will Johnson?
I think Jade just because the injury stuff might worry me a little bit about Will Johnson, but I think Will Johnson's going to be good.
I like Barron because
is Jade Barron related to Mark Barron?
I doubt it. Because they would be all over that, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
We would have heard that like 15 fucking times.
Mark Barron does have a kid that's like close to college age, though.
Did you know that Drake Kirkpatrick got a kid at Alabama right now?
That's who it is. Not Mark Barron. It's Drake Kirkpatrick that has the kid. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about the wrong former Bengal.
Yeah, I was watching him do a tour of Alabama's facility. I was like, there's no way.
He would have had to have him when he was like 17 then.
Dude, I remember Drake Kirkpatrick's prime. Like, it wasn't that long ago. I remember Bengal fans were talking big shit about having Drake.
Yeah.
And then he fell off.
What year was he drafted? He was what, 2010, 2011 draft?
No, he had to be like 2012.
I'm looking this up.
The other guy that the Ace wanted was Green. And he's there.
Let's look, Drake Kirkpatrick. When were you drafted, sir?
Yeah, my man only 35 years old.
Yeah, he's only
Drake
35. So he would have had that kid at like 17. He was 2012. You're right.
Like 5 years older than me.
Yeah, he was 2012.
Like, how does he have a 20-year-old kid?
Hey,
started young.
That's an understatement, dude. Like, like how fucking young was? 15?
Kirk Jennings here, by the way, says, I see 5 wins max for Jacksonville next year.
No, I think, I'm also a Jaguars I'm a Trevor Lawrence truther.
Oh, no. Are you? I hate
Lawrence. Trevor's good. It's everything else. He's not perfect by any means, but the defense was horrible last year. Offenses were like, all right, we won't throw at Tyson Campbell, but we can throw at everybody else.
You know who Trevor Lawrence is to me?
Huh?
Sonny, you'll get this reference. He's Bradley Beal.
Bradley Beal.
He's like a really good player.
Yes.
Everybody swears that he's still pretty good. Sometimes he's a little inconsistent, but like for whatever reason, you're like, this dude can never get on a good team. And then when he's on a good team, he's not really helpful. But I'm not gonna go that far with Travis with him. I just think at this point, like at some point, we gotta like the thing. My whole thing with Trevor is he's been inconsistent for a very long time. And
he's also been
calling it
injured the last 2
flashes.
years.
Yeah, we keep calling it flashes. I'm like, he's like in his second contract. Like he's gotta. If he strung together like 2 great seasons. Like I think you would have expected that.
Well,
by now.
I'll say this because after they won in the playoffs, they go to Kansas City, they almost win. That next year, after Week 11, they were the number 1 seed, and then Trevor has a bunch of injuries down the stretch, and then he plays like ass, admittedly. But a lot of that had to do with the fact that the offensive line was bad. He was banged up and still having to do everything when he just wasn't capable of doing that because he was hurt. So he's still top 15 quarterback. I think that he's very good. And
but he was
very good is a good thing for him. That's a good
for sure. And I think maybe the hype that he had coming out of college makes it hard to view him because he was supposed to be way better than very good, right? Like, I mean, we were talking about him as the best prospect since Luck.
Yep.
Yeah,
he could have came out his freshman year, been a number 1 overall pick.
Right.
All of this stuff about him. And like
he's a victim of narrative.
Yeah, a victim of narrative, and also like he did not have the same level of success that like a Joe Burrow had coming out, right? Or he had to put together those 2 back-to-back seasons. There's always like an if and or what, and maybe some of that is Jacksonville not being ran properly, but we thought of him as somebody who can elevate above that. Right, like he's going to be such a damn good prospect. All that other, he's going to make everybody look good.
But he also came into the league with Urban Meyer as his head coach, and then he had Doug Peterson. He's already on his 3rd head coach. That's not great.
Yeah, like having Urban for sure, right? And then you bring in Doug Peterson to follow him. Probably not like the most sound set of moves here. But this wasn't a prospect that like. My whole point is, we are doing stuff with him now that we would do with lesser prospects than him coming out. Right. Like, with Joe don't like you could argue if Zach Taylor's a good coach or not. Yeah.
Ace looks pissed. Do you know the pick? We don't know the pick.
These dudes did what they should not have done, bro.
Hold on, don't ruin it for me.
They really just picked Shamar Stewart, bro. Like they really just did that.
You don't like Shamar?
That I literally did not want. I would have taken anybody other than Shamar Stewart. And what did they decide to do? Hey, we got edge rushers that are athletic with no production.
Why don't you want to
Hold on, let him cook.
All right.
Bro, I just don't get this pick whatsoever. Like, we already have Shamar Stewart at home. His name is Miles Murphy. Like, I don't get it, bro. Like, Trey Hendrickson is talking about he's about to get out of here, and you go and get a guy that had like 1 sack last season? That's what we're doing now?
Hey, 3.5 career. 3.5 career.
3.5 career sacks, bro. And Walter Nolan was right there. Like, bro, this is the worst way this could have happened, bro.
Did they trade back? I thought Nolan went right in front of him.
Yeah, in front of them.
He went right in front. Exactly, right in front of him. Walter Nolan was there. We don't get him. Oh, let's left Shamar Stewart. Like, oh my God, bro. This is
Hey, I thought you would have won. Well, you would have won.
They said it to Randy Orton when he came out.
Yes,
you know, did no points for that.
I would have taken like 5 other guys.
Oh, Will Johnson, right? Those were your 2 favorites.
I would have taken Will Johnson.
Oh, yeah,
I would have
Will Johnson
taken
is there.
Jahad Campbell. I would have taken Ezra Raku. I would have taken like 15 guys. I did not
Jahad
want
Campbell would have been
whatsoever.
Jahad Campbell in Bengal stripes, that would have been filthy, brother. Oh man.
Shamar Stewart, bro.
I didn't want
Will
Shamar
Johnson.
either.
My favorite thing during this is when they put the camera on like a group of people and they announce the pick, and internally everybody's like, "Who the hell's that guy?" But they're gonna cheer regardless of who it is because they're on camera.
Oh yeah. No, I mean those
Very
people are just
silly,
there to just root. Like honestly, they're just like there. I think they're just like people who just go there to root.
Look at Shamar. He looking tight.
What in God's name is on his
He did the
chain?
Randy Orton pose. That's a tiger or a viper. You know what I mean? I think it's a viper because he did the Randy Orton, right?
I have yet
And
to
why
see
would
him
you
do
do
the
the
Randy
Randy
Orton. I think you might
He
be
did
lying.
that when
to
he
me.
walked out. When he walked out earlier
Right.
at the beginning of the draft where they show everybody there. He did like this. I'm like, oh, he got the viper on. You know what I mean? Like, ooh.
Okay, if that's a Randy Orton chain, automatically I think that he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
I'm in
So
on this.
congratulations, Ace.
Ace, to be fair, I think you're lower on Shamar. Look, he's a really good producer. Disruptive, gets a lot of pressures, TFLs, right? Not a lot of sack production because of the serve technique against RPOs, but super long, super strong. Like he has the highest upside on the defensive line left. I know you're not feeling it today, but maybe in a year or two, you come around. This ain't Drew Sample, brother. This ain't Drew Sample. They
I
did
think
Drew
we gotta.
Sample.
Somebody needs to clip this.
Who am I? I am the sacks over pressures guy, and they just
I
got me the
understand
pressure
this goes
king.
against everything that you believe in, but it might work out. Hey, Carl Lawson was fun, right? Right? Look at him bear hugging. Look, bear hugging.
Can we have Raj stop doing these hugs and just do handshakes? Because this is, I gotta say, I don't.
Nah. Give Roger a helmet, make him headbutt. You know what I mean? Like,
Right here says Pressure
alive.
King. This could be Tony's dream player. LOL.
hey, the PFF grades are going to be incredible, Ace. The PFF grades are going to be incredible. Hey, man.
Oh my
look.
It was 13.
Why are they dapping
You will
each
always-
other up? You didn't do anything right. Why are they're dapping each other up like they really like did something? Like
Edge number 1. We got him.
To be fair, I was scared here that you guys were gonna take a Saraku or Harmon, because those are my two favorite players on the D line.
Oh my god, bro!
There's so many people in the chat right now that are saying fire Duke Tobin.
I'm not about to fake like I love this or no. I hate this pick, bro.
Hey, but remember last year you weren't super fan also of Mims.
I wasn't crashing out like this. Bro.
Yeah,
No, he didn't hate Mims. He just thought Mims was injury prone.
That's true.
I just was worried about the injuries.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
I didn't have a problem with them taking Mims, but Shamar Stewart, no production, bro. Hell nah. No.
I'm with you, Ace.
Instant impact player. This dude is like 2 or 3 years away from what he may be. We don't even know what he may be.
I thought.
What if he's like a? What if he solidifies that opposite edge spot next to Trey? This makes me think like y'all about to trade because y'all went with the upside dude.
Yeah.
Well, we went with the upside dude and Miles Murphy, and it's not working.
It's gonna pay out. It's going. Ace, think about the potential that you have on that defensive line.
I'm tired of it, bro. The Bengals suck at drafting. I'm here to admit it, bro. I'm not. If it's not a top 5 pick, they literally suck, bro.
Where was he in prime, Ace? Where was he in prime?
I think he was in the top 10. I think he was a 3. He actually was pretty high in terms of edge rushers. He was one of the highest edge rushers on there. So he was under as a Raku, but he was over Mike Green. And when I saw that, I was somewhat worried about it. And now my nightmare has come true. I was just hoping that somebody else was going to take him.
Cyclop here says pain, heartbreak, and meltdown. That's why I'm here. LOL.
This is a joke, bro. I don't know what they were thinking.
The Seahawks are dapping each other up like they just did something incredible. So I'm wondering what they did.
This quarterback? Is this Dart?
That would be funny.
They were leaking like little clues about
that would. I feel like their quarterback
was,
next year. I don't think that you pay Sam over $40 million a year and then take a quarterback round 1.
Sorry, not Harmon. The kid from NC, the running back.
And trade DK.
Amarion Hampton.
Hampton.
1.5 sacks per year. Oh my god.
This is Aces Odafe Owe.
Yeah, I gotta go crash out, y'all. I gotta go crash out, bro. I'm gonna need. I'll be back.
Seahawks take Gray Zabel.
Oh my god.
Is that a DAP worthy pick? I like him though. I like
him. I like him.
Does he play? They needed somebody to play fucking guard.
There's a woman who's a minimum 62 years old there with some interesting colored hair.
Living life.
Well, pour one out for Ace.
Boy, that house looked like it's in Dakota. Woo. That shit looks like it's in Dakota. So the Shador slide, it's real, man. He's making it to 21. What are you doing?
Oh, 100%.
Jihad, by the way, Tampa, I think, takes Jihad Campbell.
Yeah, that'd be a good pick for them.
I'm very intrigued.
And Denver takes the running back then. And then Shador's there for Pittsburgh.
legit intrigued as to what they're gonna do because Shador is going to be there unless somebody trades
Nah, nobody trading.
between now and then.
The rumor was that the teams that are looking to trade, they're trading for Dart.
I mean, I thought the Giants would have moved up by now because that's what I
No,
predicted them
I
to do.
thought if the Browns would have drafted Hunter, they wanted to pair him with Shador. But since that didn't happen, I doubt that they trade the Shador.
No. I think the Browns are firmly betting on next year's class.
Maybe they'll trade up with Denver and they can take Jalen in the first round.
Ace is still here, frustrated.
Oh, hello.
Ace is here, hating life.
Did you just have to like leave to yell an F-bomb at the top of your lungs real quick?
Yeah. You're
What
muted,
can
by
they
the
do
way.
in the second round, Ace, to make you feel better?
D-tackle.
Sorry, chat. Hey, man, I missed the reaction earlier. What are your thoughts on what the Browns pulled? I'll answer that in a second, y'all. But Ace, let's get the brother some time. My thoughts on what the Browns did. I've talked about already. We're gonna have to see how this plays out. Mason Graham's a good player, but you sacrifice some upside. He doesn't have the upside of Abdul or Travis. But what you're betting on is that the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to give you a solid pick next year. And if you leave this with 2 top 5 picks in the next 2 drafts, then, you're going to look at it very differently. It's a long-term plan here.
Ace, you're muted.
Cleaning your dog's teeth.
He's not ready yet.
Ace, you're muted.
You're still muted, dog.
Maybe he's talking to somebody else.
I think he's on a different stream.
Yeah.
It's coming here for Pittsburgh. I think it's gonna be intrigued, Jared, because I think, like you said, it's gonna be Shador's there for the taking. I don't think nobody trades above you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, unless they trade with Denver, it looks like that's going to be he'll be there.
Shador or whoever you want, really.
By the way, Q, you'll appreciate this. So Colston Loveland got taken, and then my girlfriend said that she's a Bears fan now because she enjoys looking at Colston Loveland. So if anybody wanted some insight on how my night had started.
So, stay away from those top 10 picks, Jared.
I already got to deal with Dalton Kincaid's ass.
Cyclops here says, loving how much Q is taking pleasure in Ace pain. LOL.
Hey, look, the Browns traded back and that pissed me off, but hey, at least we took a player I like.
Yeah.
But to be fair, Q, she also has to listen to me talk about Mariah May and Jamie Hayter. So I feel like
I've seen your wrestling tweets.
Yeah, no, everybody has.
Your wrestling tweets are outrageous. I'm sure she doesn't outdo you.
I haven't seen them. I have to check
nothing that crazy.
No, it's just a lot. You see Jared tweet during Wednesday or Thursday, you're like, oh, send him a pallet of fucking water.
So anytime Jamie Hayter comes out, I just tweet out "Good Lord" in like all caps.
I forgot who it was. You were watching like Collision, and you're like, "Yeah, I can live with this." And I was like, "Who is this?" Oh, okay.
Dude, it's insane how many people are in this draft.
Or who are still left?
No. I'm saying on the people that went to see the draft. Sorry.
Oh,
like the amount of people, it looks insane.
Hey man, the whole fucking city of Green Bay, Wisconsin is out there.
Yeah, looks like it.
I'll say this: Mel's aged like a good wine.
Nolan?
I'll say this: I don't know if he's aged super well, but once like 2007 hit, he didn't age a day after.
Yeah, I was gonna say once that's a better way of saying it.
Stop.
For the last like 20 years, he's looked the exact same. And I couldn't tell you how old he is. You could tell me that he's 56. You could tell me that he's 74. I'd believe you either way.
He's looked like the same guy since HD.
Since
HD television became a thing, he has looked the same.
Who's that guy with the big hat? Oh,
watch Barry draft the punter at 33. Oh, you guys are gassing it now. All right, we've had our fun. We're
Bro, it would
y'all.
be the funniest outcome for Shador would be if the Dolphins traded back into the first round and took him.
Oh, look, Deion Sanders Jr. The
Took Shador.
rejected will be respected. Interesting.
I remember everybody was like telling me how he was going to pick his team.
Shador?
He had the right to say, "Oh no, I don't want to play here." I was like, "Brother, you gonna go where you drafted? You're not that good." Like, what you mean?
Ray Rack here says, has everyone from AFC North Talk had a rant about who their team has picked at some point since you guys had string on the draft?
Yeah, you had Odafe Owe,
Odafe,
Kenny
yeah.
Pickett. No, Jarrett's the only one that's due.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart, baby, 21.
No,
Let's get
hope
it
not.
going.
No, I mean, if I was on the show at the time of the Pickett trade, then I'm sure whoever was the host at the time, him and I would have had very similar
Oh, that's
reactions.
a meme. That's a meme. It goes on Twitter. It comes every year. They start
So bad.
tagging us every year.
Thank you, Ray Rags, by the way, for the $10 donation. That was very
Yes,
nice.
appreciate it. Rex here says, Jared, what do you think of Stats versus Hater?
Oh, hold on. The Buccaneers just took another receiver
Mecca
when they already
Abuka.
have like 8 of them. What the hell?
They took a receiver, but they
took
have
Wow, that's
they have
shocking.
Mike. They still have Evans
They
and
just re-signed Chris Godwin, and they have Mike Evans.
interesting.
And they took Jalen McMillan last
Take
year.
the over on Baker Mayfield passing yards.
And they've got Trey Palmer.
And they have the running back.
They have like 9 receivers. That felt like you had so many needs on defense.
To be fair, they all got injured last year.
I mean, sure, but
You think they trade Mike Williams? Mike Evans, sorry.
that is so annoying.
Wait. We're hearing that Mason Graham was handpicked by Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I saw Corey tweeted that.
Oh, really?
Is he bullshitting or is he for real?
I mean, I would assume he's being for real.
Because I know who he knows in the defensive line room, and it's plausible. But he's really sarcastic sometimes.
Okay,
so Jared,
super
Jared, this super chat is for you.
Okay, Jarrett, what did you think of Stat
That's who
versus
he was
Hater, and
talking
how
about, Megan
hyped are you for Hater versus Mercedes? I love that I get wrestling question super chats on here. Stat versus Hater was very fun. They both rule. Jamie and Mercedes is going to be very good. What do I think of Megan Bain? Yeah, she's cool.
She's cool.
She's pretty good.
We're 2 picks, Jared. 2 picks from you.
I'm
guys.
very scared.
Actually, 1 pick because the pick was in for this. You're very scared. Why are you scared? What would be the pick that you're like hate the most? Jackson Dart, I got it. But other than that, is there another?
I
They
don't
go
know.
running back. What happens if they go running back?
Yeah, if they take running back in the first round, I'll be pretty annoyed. Actually, yeah, that's a good shout.
Okay.
Like Quincy Junkins too, like not somebody.
Yeah, like it's not like he's a bad player, but like that's a second round pick that you could, like, I think he's a second round talent. I don't think that's a round 1 need for them at all.
But you don't have a second, so maybe.
I'm thinking that they get a second. I think they should trade down.
Mm.
So hopefully Buffalo comes a calling and says, hey, we really want Jahdae Barron, or we really want Will Johnson. We'll give you one of our second round picks.
Well, we know now, Browns fans, if you're still interested in the quarterback, that one of Shador or Jalen Milroe are going to probably pop past 25 here, right? So wonder what that means there. I just don't imagine you trade for the extra first there because you're sold on this quarterback. Maybe my math is wrong.
Who do you think? Who do you put Jarrett for Denver?
For Denver, who did I put for Denver?
Tight end.
No.
I saw a mock draft. They had us taking a tight end.
Let me look.
Hey,
Nice. We got a super chat here from. We're not trying to win at all. Christopher Ryan. Steady says, sorry, chat. Hey, man, Mr. Oh, I already talked about that. Corderay Choi says, I hope Jalen Milroe works out, but let's say they select him with the 33 pick. Nick Morgan says Barry draft. Okay. Sean Finnery says if Sanders wasn't Neon Dion's son, no one would know about him. I don't agree with that. He's good on his own merit. He just wasn't top 5 pick good.
Those would probably be the two that come to mind right away.
I'm equally scared for my team because I see a lot of players that I would like, but I haven't hit like Kyle Hamilton surprised me that year, but I was not even expecting us to have that pick because that was during the draft that they traded. I wanted Linderbaum that year, and we got it.
Oh goodness, I'm getting the rumbly, tumbly, nervous farts.
Looks like Denver's about to make this pick.
And the pick is in.
They need to hurry their ass up. They got 1:10 left.
If not, you
think they're gonna kick it? They're gonna kick this.
Christ alive! You've had 3 months to prepare for this. You need an extra 10 minutes to really hammer down who you're gonna take.
Man, the Knicks won by 2 points. That was probably a really
wow.
good
The
game.
Knicks won
by 2 points.
Wow, I didn't think they were gonna win that one.
Yeah, by 2 points. I don't know.
The Wizards win.
Yeah, we hopefully we win the Cooper
the draft lottery
flag. We won a coin toss the other day to get the 18th pick instead of the 19th.
It's always fun, like watching how people talk about Kristaps now, because Sonny saw it coming. He was like, "Hey, Kristaps was good for us.
He was
man.
great for us.
What are people talking about?"
He was great.
Well, you were like that with Russ too. Where you're like, "No, Russ was good for us."
Russ for us was also great, and he's playing like he found the perfect spot in Denver. Although he has f some games up too over there. But the problem
pick is in.
Pick is in.
Pick is in. I feel like Will Johnson. Well, no, they don't need a corner here, right?
That's what I said. Will
Johnson. They might go Amari and Hampton. They do need a running back pretty badly.
The running back.
Yeah, they got my boy from Youngstown.
Who's that?
Jaleel McLaughlin.
Oh, he went to Youngstown?
Yeah. Well, he went to like Notre Dame College too for a while. Well, not Notre Dame College, NDC.
Right.
He was a legend at YSU, man. He had like 2,500 yards.
The pick is the Steelers on the clock right now.
Yeah.
No trade.
Yeah, I would love to know who it is.
I'm not even gonna try to check before we can hear it here all together if you guys want for the Steelers.
I'm still waiting for them to announce the Broncos pick. Hurry
they
up.
haven't announced it. I don't know.
God almighty. Listen, Mike Greenberg, respectfully speaking, I don't care about whatever stat you've got to tell me about. Tell me who the Broncos picked. There's Brad Williams, great comedian.
I'm just happy we haven't heard, like, remember when Trey Wingo was really into giving us the sad story?
I was just going to say, we haven't had, like, he averaged 5 yards per catch, and his dad got brutally murdered when he was 5. Back to you. And he's like, God damn,
every time Carnell catches a pass at Ohio State, it's like immediately, his father died. And I was like, oh my God, stop it. He got a first down. I'm supposed to be happy. Like,
who is this kid?
Dude, all kids look the same to me now.
It
looks like every child I see on TikTok.
He's announcing the Broncos pick.
Oh, shout out to him.
Yeah. Good head of hair on Samuel.
So, like, is that gel? Like, do you gel it so it looks like that? Or is it like kind of a messy?
I feel like that's probably powder, and then you blow dry the ends and then comb it out or brush it out to give it like a little blowout look.
Sweet.
Too much stuff that I'm not willing to do.
I could.
The Broncos took Jade. I'll say they did go cornerback. All right, well, very good cornerback duo if Jade works out.
I love Jade.
Well, he plays a slot too, right?
Does he?
No, I thought he was mostly.
Who was their nickel guy last year?
Well, Jade played the slot at not Clemson. Where did he play before? But he played the slot, I think, whether in Texas the year before.
I think you're thinking about
no. Makuba played the slot also at Clemson, yeah. But Jade was also a slot. The big thing was like he wanted to prove that he could play the outside.
Oh God,
I love Makuba too. I'll take Makuba.
All right, Pittsburgh's on the clock. Shedeur Sanders is there.
They saying The room is split right now.
Hey, Derek Harmon. If the room's split, they're not going quarterback. That's not when you got to win like with a plurality to get quarterback there. Like you got to have 60, 70% of the building on board to go quarterback. You can't have that shit be 50-50.
I'm really hoping they trade down.
Okay,
Y'all
if
ain't
they
have to
don't
show a
trade down,
Jalen Milroe interception.
if they don't trade down, what is your preferred pick right now? Preferred pick.
I mean, if you said like, hey, you have to be happy with one thing, Luther Burden would make me pretty happy, and that would really, for Steelers fans, that would really be like, oh man, they really are trading George, aren't they? Which would play into that a little bit. Yeah, Derek Harmon makes sense.
I imagine too many edges have gone for you guys to feel comfortable going there.
I think
And
not many
I
edges.
don't think
go.
that they would first round. Still got Watt, still got Highsmith, still got Nick Herbig. I don't think that they would go edge.
I
Well, they
actually-
did trade for an edge last year for whatever it's worth.
Yeah,
Preston Smith.
Didn't really end up doing anything.
No.
Preston was more like a 3, right?
They gave up a late day 3 to Green Bay just to have a nice rotational guy there. He didn't really end up doing anything.
Gray Rack says, "What's an absolutely no for you, Jared?"
Jackson Dart or a running back.
I don't think Shador is going to get picked here. He looks.
It doesn't look
sad.
like it. He doesn't look like he's taking a phone call.
The body language looks bad. And it doesn't help that his own family is putting like 8 cameras in his face right now.
Oh, the pick's in. I'm gonna poop.
All right, the Steelers pick is in, y'all. Probably Derek Harmon.
Probably, honestly.
Yeah, that's not a quarterback consensus we took.
I love Derek Harmon. I love Derek
Yeah, they're probably taking Derek Harmon. There's a lot of beef getting into the AFC North this year.
Yeah.
Lamar Stewart, Mason Graham.
Question for you: if Shador gets past here, I don't know who's that. The guy with the big hat.
That's
Which
Jackson
one's
Dart.
the prospect?
Jackson Dart.
Is it the guy in the pajamas? Is that Jackson Dart?
Yes, the silk pajama who looks
look
like
like
he's
it's him.
the
He looks
president of the
nervous as
college
fuck.
Republicans. That's Jackson Dart.
You're gonna set my chat on fire.
Oh man!
I
didn't say there's anything wrong with it. That's what it looks like.
You're gonna set my chat on fire. You know you can't even mention those kind of things, or else the chat just goes off.
I didn't say there's anything wrong with it.
Nah.
Q.
What's
Question for
up?
you: as we are approaching, will you be okay with them trading up for Campbell? Because you guys need a linebacker as well.
Oh, for Jihad?
Yeah, for like in the 28, 29, you're not gonna give a whole lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't be upset with it. We got extra picks.
By the way, Mel's doing that thing where he's like, "Yeah, if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, you can't pass on Shador Sanders."
Oh, yeah, we've been mocking it. Oh, yeah. Todd, you can't look at the value. This is my number 2 quarterback on the board. I understand he was a reach in the top 5, but it's 21 now. This is the spot. I think you gotta handle the quarterback position.
All right, here we go.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select
Okay.
Derek Harmon.
Yeah, everything was a
quarterback
smoke screen.
sliding out the first. Quarterback's coming out.
All right.
Everything's gonna be green. I'm at 33.
Yeah.
Oh, there you have it. All right, I've got
Honestly, you
to
might be
go
able to
do
get the quarterback you
some
want
written coverage.
at
I will be back
36.
here in a little bit. But
Okay.
I will be back.
Yeah, they get Cam Hayward Jr.
Can't hear. Look, I personally love Derek Harmon. I thought he looked to me like a possible Haloti play also in Oregon. So for me, it was like, man, this kid will be good for the Ravens. But look, my guy from Boston College still there.
You might get him. It's a long wait though. What pick are you
Yeah.
guys like? What? Well, you
27.
guys didn't make it to the conference championship this year, did you?
27. So we have 6 more before us.
That's brutal.
But the Chargers need a edge, right? Yeah. Although the Chargers need a running back too, so I don't know. Green Bay.
Mike Green and James Pierce are the best edges available.
Yeah, Mike Green and yep. Yeah. Green Bay also needs an edge. I actually think the next
Well, Ohio State plays some defensive lines this year. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, the Big Ten is stacked. Let's be honest. The Big Ten as a conference. I know everybody talks about SEC. The Big Ten is nasty. Ace still looks sad.
Hey, I don't think anything's gonna make Ace feel better about this pick, man.
Feel bad for Ace.
Ace, can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear us.
No, I think he's on a different stream.
Let me text him. Let me text him real quick.
Yeah, I think quarterback's gonna slide all the way to 2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think so? The rumor here is Dart, not Shador, is coveted by New Orleans and the Giants. So I can see one of them trying to trade up. Let me talk to Ace here. Okay, I texted Ace. I don't know if he can see his phone, but Ace has some some funny tweets too.
See, this is why I'm not gonna tweet.
Yeah. I think there's a running back here. I think so. Or an edge. Running back or edge for the Chargers. Because remember, they lost both running backs. J.K. Dobbins is you guys have J.K. Dobbins.
Who, the Browns?
Didn't you guys sign J.K. Dobbins?
I don't think we did. Did we sign J.K. Dobbins? I don't think.
J.K. Dobbins.
I felt like I would.
A while ago, I thought you guys.
No. No, somebody on Instagram said that was happening.
Oh, okay.
If you Google J.K. Dobbins, some dude on Instagram said it's gonna happen 5 days ago to a 2-year, $8 million deal. Dude, what?
No, but I can't find it now.
Yeah, I think somebody's pulling some bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, so I don't see it anyway. So, but the Chargers didn't sign him. The Chargers let go the other Ravens running back, so they are looking for some running backs. Oh, the Chargers pick up Najee. That's right, they do have Najee, but Najee is more of a power, and you can get the kid from North Carolina. Let's be honest, Najee ain't no running back one.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Harris there.
24 seems to be open for business for a team that wants to trade up. So
the Vikings?
The Vikings.
So,
the AFC North added nothing but beef.
So far.
In this draft class so far.
Yeah.
Nothing but beef. But defensive tackles and edges. Big ones too.
Wide receiver is another one for the Chargers. But yeah, AFC North, which all our D-lines were pretty good already. They just got better. They're just getting. Let's see here.
Will Johnson's still on the board?
He is.
Yeah.
They're saying they're 40. They're 40. Would you take Will Johnson? You guys play more zone coverage.
Nah, we don't need another corner. I think the appeal with Travis, he only would have to play a little bit of corner.
I was reading that you guys were looking to trade
Greg. Yeah. Well, we're always looking to trade Greg, right? He's like always on the trading. It's kind of like Bradley Beal with you guys, where he's like always on the trading block.
The best thing we did was trade Bradley Beal.
Yeah. At least you guys got a future now.
And the Suns. What happened with the Suns?
Yeah, they fell apart. I mean, they're an old team. I feel like we run through this in the NBA every once in a while, where a team gets a bunch of old names and it's like, oh, we're going to compete. And like, once the egos and the ages don't match up, and then you're putting them all together, it can be a problem.
You know what sucks for them is if the Wizards are, let's say, decent,
Yeah.
and the Suns suck, we have the next 4 years of pick swaps with them, first round picks.
The Wizards and the Suns.
Yeah,
And
because of
that's
Bradley
likely.
Beal.
The Suns aren't going to be good.
Because of Bradley Beal. That was the condition.
4 years of pick swaps.
Yes, 4 years of pick
It's going to
swaps.
be useful. That's going to be useful. They have a nice draft room.
Who are the Chargers?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they probably have a pretty new facility over there. Will Johnson's there. He ain't getting picked today, I don't think. I'm saying that, and look at the Ravens pick. I just don't think he's. I'm not saying he's a bad corner. I don't think he's a corner that fit our scheme. That's all I'm saying with Will Johnson.
He's a zone guy, right?
He's a zone guy, and we
Yeah,
have
big, strong zone corner. He's kind of like. Now, Hump was a man guy, but he just wasn't super fast.
Humphrey.
Ace, you back, brother?
I'm back, bro.
Okay, you look.
All right,
you look.
man.
That
Are you
was
feeling
my
any
that was my
differently?
Tony Serino moment, bro. That was my Tony Serino moment. It's here. This is definitely it, bro. This is definitely
still
like,
This is the
hating.
worst you felt about a first
Bro,
round
I
pick.
like-
and it's the
like, bro.
earliest one you guys have had since Chase.
bro. This is the Bengals suck at drafting, bro. Like, there's a lot of people in denial about it, and I'm like, all right, man. If it's a layup pick, I can't give you points for that. Like, Jamar Chase is a layup, Joe Burrow's a layup.
Higgins was a good pick.
Arias Mims, I feel like they got lucky a little bit, but like outside of that, Dax Hill, Miles Murphy, like even the guys in like some of the later rounds that they've gone, like they're not hitting on anything, bro. And I'm like, I got into it the other day. Well, not really got into it, but debated with somebody the other day, and I was like, look, if somebody, and this is just a pipe dream scenario, it was never gonna happen, but I kind of likened it to the Jalen Carter situation, right? Jalen Carter falls. He's supposed to go top 3. Philadelphia is like, oh, Jalen Carter's available. We're trading up and giving you whatever to go and get him. I was like, if the Bengals are at 17 and somebody like Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter were to fall hypothetically to number 9, number 10,
Yeah, I saw that tweet.
I would give up number 17, and I would have no qualms about giving up a 2026 first rounder and moving up. And everybody's like, no, why would you do that? Because the Bengals can't draft. Because when you let them sit back and decide what it is and use their evaluation, and you don't make it easy for them, and you take the training wheels off, and they have to go out there and put their board together, they make the wrong move every time. And like they wait for these players to fall to them. They were waiting for Walter Nolan to fall to them, where if they would have just traded probably a future 2026 pick, maybe it's a third rounder, maybe it's a fourth rounder, you probably can move up one spot and secure them. But when they don't do that and they sit back and they're like, oh, I'm going to be the smartest person in the room and I'm going to take Shamar Stewart because in mock drafts a month ago when we saw this, he was getting drafted before 17. Like, that doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work, bro. And honestly, for them to be in a Super Bowl window, taking guys that you're waiting to develop 2 and 3 years from now, like, where is the disconnect, bro? Like, you need somebody to rush the passer now. Trey Hendrickson requested a trade now. If you don't have Trey Hendrickson, you got Miles Murphy, who still is unproven, and now you got Miles Murphy's cousin in the same locker room, and they're supposed to be your pass rush. Like,
the future.
Wait, is he really Shamar? Are they cousins?
No. He's saying it because there's a type of player.
Because
They're
they're
just
both
very
not
similar.
productive.
They're
Omarion
just very
Hampton just
similar.
went off the board here for the Chargers.
Who?
Omarion Hampton, North
Oh.
Carolina running back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good pick for them.
Yeah. They like to run. I
Yeah.
said it.
Big body. I mean, he's built just like JK.
Yeah.
Like
JK is
just
so
like him.
good. The problem with JK is injuries.
It's the
I love
injuries,
JK. Yeah.
They basically reset the clock on JK. Got a fresh version of him in there. So,
Yeah.
good pick.
Ace, here's a super shot. It says Ace looks like he went just through some ish.
Yeah, bro. I'm
surprised that Shamar was the one that broke you. Like,
But he
Bro,
said it. Remember we
I
talked
said it
about
on
in
the
the mock
show.
draft.
I
And in
said
the mock
it on
draft.
the mock draft.
Because I ended up picking him there, and I said, I guess I will do it. I don't know. And you were
No, he was in chat. No.
yeah, and you told me like, no, this is not a reach. And I said, I don't know, because this is a Dafe
Ace, do you
Owe.
blame Sonny for this? Did he do this to you?
You know, the crazy thing is, me and Ace, one thing that I have noticed is, me and you, I don't know of our teams, but me and you have been liking the same type of players, the same type of guards. Like, you like Frazier, I like Frazier. You like the guy from Georgia, I like the guy from Georgia. I love Ozaraku. I think you lose as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Maybe I'm the next meme too. Who knows? We'll see what Baltimore does.
No, there's nothing they can do at 27 that's gonna hurt you like that, right?
Yeah, I actually think they're gonna trade back. I can see them trading back.
Trade back with Cleveland.
The
With
only thing
Cleveland?
that could be a meme is if you like took Jack Sawyer at this point.
Jack Sawyer? No,
Jack
the
Sawyer.
other kid, the other
Big
Like-
Stiff.
the the other highest state guy. JT.
You talking about JT?
Oh, JT 2 and out? Yeah, I think he's worse. than
Yeah.
Jack Sawyer.
Yeah. Somebody mock us the tight end from LSU, Mason Taylor.
Oh yeah, Jason Taylor's kid.
Yeah, and I was like, why? Why?
Yeah,
I know they're
well,
thinking about
because of the
trading
Mark
Mark
Andrews thing,
Yeah,
right?
but first round pick.
I forgot he dropped all them passes. That's how fast. That's how long the off season is. I legit forgot he did that shit. Didn't you?
Then he dropped the 2-point conversion.
Mark Andrews. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, he did drop everything in that game. He was dribbling. He had crossover moves. He was looking like Darius Garland out there.
So the question that I'm gonna have for you guys while we wait for Green Bay here, because the Green Bay will take forever because it's the home city, so they're gonna take their time to announce it. But where would you say that Sanders lands? It's gonna be in the second round, but what is the team?
Somebody might move up. I think New York might panic and move up because
But New York wants
Cleveland's
Dart,
sitting there at
apparently.
33. Huh?
New York apparently wants Dart.
Well, New York doesn't know what Cleveland wants, and Cleveland might get a quarterback here, right? So maybe somebody trades up. I don't know.
Yeah, I would think like Q was saying. So New York is second. I mean,
Sanders at 33 is hard to pass up.
yeah, Sanders at 33 would be hard to pass up. I agree.
Yeah.
Can you see him going to the Raiders?
I don't think you get killed if you take him in the second round. I think
Nah, especially when you got 2 picks.
Yeah, I think you'd be good.
Yeah, you take him, and then you can probably get Elix still at 39.
That's your boy.
Might be fine with it, dog.
That Steelers pick was pretty good though. They got Derek Harmon.
Derek Harmon,
Yeah.
great fit for the system.
I
The
love
AFC
Derek
North,
Harmon.
I mean, the one thing that's been consistent, the whole division is added beef, right? Big bodies on the line of scrimmage. I know you're not excited about Shamar Stewart, but huge guy there, right? Mason Graham. And I think the onus is set, right? To win in the AFC North, you got to win the line of scrimmage. And look, as misguided as Cincinnati might be in Ace's mind, their philosophy, I don't think, is bad, right? They need to get that defensive line to be a factor in games again. And I get why they do that. I think Cincinnati's at their best when their defense is playing really good. I think their defense played their best when the defensive line was getting consistent pressure. How they're going about it, it's not how I would do it, but I wasn't big on Miles Murphy. I'm a little bit higher on Shamar Stewart than I am on Miles. But I think the philosophy is at least in the right place. We'll see how the execution goes. But it seems obvious the AFC North is loading up in the trenches for good reason. A lot of these trench guys are getting old too, We'll see what maybe the Ravens buck the trend. They go wide receiver here.
Higgins is the only wide receiver I care about. Jeff Lewis here says, I don't understand the stance the Bengals take an edge rusher with 4.5 sacks in his entire career. When Mike Green has with 17 sacks thus past year.
Mike Green was still on the board. Way to throw some salt in the wound there, my guy.
What'd he say? Mike Green still on the board, bro. He's still there. Now, Mike Green does have an off the field thing that might be part of why him and James Pierce both have all off the field things. James Pierce is more like I think everybody in that building hates his soul. Like that's just like the it's like shocking what I hear from people in Tennessee. And Mike Green is a potential domestic violence situation.
So, by the way, the Ravens did say anything domestic violence, we take them at the board.
Is Justin Tucker still there?
He's about to get his replacement's about to get drafted.
It's pretty hard to take that one seriously. I know what you're saying.
No. Wait. Justin Tucker's not domestic violence.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit worse. Well, I don't know if it's worse.
Better.
It's
I'm not
on
saying
the
it's
same
better.
realm of. Ugh.
But I'm not saying it's better. But they were specifically because of the Ray Rice. Anything domestic violence, they take out. Anyway, Rex Fortune here says, "What is going on with OKC down 25? I know they can come back, but that is."
Hey man, something had to break. They was beating Memphis too bad.
Yeah,
like they was beating the brakes out. They beat them by like 80 points combined in the first 2 games in point diff.
You know what the Thunder are doing? They're saying, "Here, I'm gonna spot you 25 to make it interesting."
You worried about your Lakers, Ace?
Man, I'm worried about nah.
You're just thinking Bengals.
Ace, here's the one thing you can take solace in. Y'all got Luka, dog. You was do this. Like you think you about to be sitting here chilling with Joe Burrow and Luka in your rotation? No, you was doing some bullshit, my guy. Like,
It was time.
It was time. You got Luka this year. The Lakers are making a run. Nah, dog. They needed to let you down a little bit. Like you done had Joe Burrow.
Gonna watch this on repeat one day and just have a ball, bro. This was the Tony Serino moment for me, bro.
He might be good.
It might
be Tingus Pingus, man.
I understand Ace's thing. Ace is saying we have a window.
I get his frustration.
Why are we picking a guy that is all potential? Right.
That's fair.
Which is what's
what
my
are
problem
they doing
too.
in the stadium? Like a concert.
So it looks like we got some light shed on the Will Johnson thing. He slipped to the late in the first round due to long-term concerns about his knee.
Ooh.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. Not for a corner.
Not for a corner who's already kind of slow.
Yeah. And that it's very scheme specific too.
Man, that's crazy, bro.
Who the Green Bay Pig? Mike Green? Here's where Mike Green goes.
They pick him because his last name's Green.
Yeah.
They need a wide receiver, right?
They might pick the Texans kid.
Dude, they've needed a wide receiver since Aaron Rodgers got drafted to Green Bay.
Oh, they have been in our mention crazy about him.
All right, it's gonna be one of those long draft selections.
Yeah, I told you because it's
it's
the home team. Rex here says Q can't wait for Carter's car to get booted in New York.
Hey man, he might as well just get that MTA pass already, dog. Beating up the boot man in New York is a little bit different than beating him up in College Station, or was it College?
Penn State? I don't even know.
Yeah, somebody let me know in chat. And look, chat, I'm just going to let y'all know right now, don't hype yourself up and think they're about to take a quarterback at 33, 36. If it happens, it happens. But I don't want y'all to set yourselves up and crash out again. Like, I'm just going to let y'all know. Yeah, like, because y'all going to set yourselves up to get excited about Shador. They're going to take somebody who's not Shador. You're going to be pissed. And you're like, hold on, they got 36. And then they're not going to take Shador or Jalen there. I don't think they're taking a quarterback in this draft now. Like, that's my belief. I don't think they're going to I don't think they're going to take a quarterback because you're getting the extra first. That tells me you want to move up, have some motion in next year's class. Mighty says, Q, could we trade that pick for Cousins? Good Lord, we're not trading a second-round pick for Kirk Cousins.
Please do. Please do.
Like,
you don't have to trade 33, trade 37 or whatever it was.
Happy Valley is the name. Yeah. But yeah, let's just set expectations here right now. I do not expect them to take a quarterback. I think they're out on quarterback. And that's going to piss people off. And they might not take a quarterback for the rest of the draft.
Kenny Pickett? Oh, look, receiver, yeah. Matthew Golden.
Yeah, Matthew Golden and Elite Chopper.
So
Now he got the snake. Would you go to the draft like with the snake motif on? Because I don't know what kind of message that sent. Like, are you trying to be smooth, like venomous, bite back?
Man, from Texas to Green Bay, that's a pretty good weather change right there.
So Ace? I gotta ask this question: what could Shamar Stewart do in year one to change your mind about this pick? How many sacks?
He gonna have to get about 8, bro.
8. Damn.
Do
you
how
know
many TFLs we pairing? TFLs and pressures. What's that pressure rate looking like?
he doesn't care.
I don't give a damn about pressure,
because you're not going. You gonna care if you get 8
sacks
and 8
how about
pressures?
this? How about I'll be more fair. 8 is a little unrealistic for a rookie. So, what was his career sacks? 4.5. Get that.
3.5.
Get that, bro.
Would you be happy with? Look, you guys knew how I felt about Owe, but his rookie year was pretty good. Ace. If he gets this, look what he got: 1 PD, 3 forced fumbles, 2 fumble returns. That's whatever. 5 sacks. He got 5 sacks that rookie year.
5 sacks. I mean,
the problem with Owe was he got 5 sacks the first year, 3 sacks the second year, 5 sacks the third year.
If you keep Trey Henderson, he's going to do well in cleanup. I think Shamar's going to do really well in cleanup because he's a big, long guy. He could stick his man, and then he could surf his way inside. So he might do like 6 off cleanup, and you're sitting there not convinced because it's off Trey Henderson's work. But he might be able to clean some shit up. Really good athlete. So, I think in the right situation, he could be a really impactful player for you. I don't think it's going to take forever for him, though. I think he has a really good base as a player. I just think, I don't think this is a 3-4 year project. He's NFL size already. So I think maybe there's a chance here that you get more from this year than you think you're going to get from Shamar.
Oh.
Hey.
I know you ain't there, but just remember I said this. If you feel it, this is December, brother. Okay,
What has been the rumors with Trey? Is anything has happened there?
They said, I think they asked him about it. They said that this changes nothing with Trey Hendrickson and no real update on the Trey Hendrickson situation. I know Dave Lapham said something like he feels like they'll try to get him up to 30 mil a season and try to do something like that, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, Dave Lapham is pretty plugged in, so I don't know if that's what the Bengals are offering him, but I mean with the what's the edge rusher that he used to play with the Vikings? Danielle Hunter. With Danielle Hunter getting 35, I feel like the number has to be 35. I don't think Trey's going to take 30. That would be significantly under Danielle Hunter.
Hey, so you gonna be in here for the next 20 minutes?
Yeah, I'll be here.
I'm gonna drop out real quick so I can record my reaction video to what the Browns did in the first round.
No problem, bro. I got you.
Go ahead, man. Minnesota, Ace. What do you think, Minnesota?
All right, so I wanted to purposely record this video a little bit later on in the day because it was a bit of an emotional roller coaster ride how we got here, right? Basically, if you aren't informed, the Browns had made it seem like for the longest time that they were just going to take Travis Hunter at 2. And that's what we all landed on. I think there was a growing consensus in Cleveland that the Browns are going to take Travis and that would be a good move and everybody would be happy with that. And then right before the draft starts, you start hearing the rumors like a bad nightmare, right? And all of us, when we hear trade back, we have the thoughts of Julio Jones and everything else in our head. And you're hearing the Browns are going to trade back with the Jaguars. And then you get to the number 2 pick, and the Browns make the trade. Now, what was the trade exactly that the Browns made? Let's view that here. Let's get that in here. But the Browns basically moved back from 2 to 5. And for moving back from 2 to 5, they got a first-round pick next year, a second-round pick this year, a bunch of day 3 pick swaps, and that was like the heart of the deal. And with that 5th pick, they took Mason Graham. Now, the first thing I want to do here is make sure you separate your disappointment in them not using the pick at 2, which I feel I'm not a trade back guy. I'm not in love with the decision that they made here. Separate that from the player that they chose, right? Because I think a lot of that's being smushed together, and I don't think that's fair to Mason Graham. The Browns traded back. It's not a decision I love. I would have preferred taking Travis there or Abdul, because I think that these guys are blue chip, potential all-pro players. And we'll see if I'm right on that. If I'm wrong and Travis isn't an all-pro and Mason Graham does end up being an all-pro, then all this is not going to matter. But I did not love the idea of trading back. I'm not a big fan of trading back. Now, if we look at the trade, right, and I'm going to try to pull up the terms of the trade right here. But if you look at the trade, the Browns got a lot of value for moving back 3 spots. They got a ton of value for moving back 3 spots. So if we're just looking at the charts, compensation-wise, what the Browns got back was fair. They got good compensation, got an extra first. Giants just traded in as I'm recording this video at 25, probably going to be one of the quarterbacks off the board here. But the Browns got really good comp for that trade. That's fine. They move back to 5, and they take Mason Graham. Mason Graham's a really good football player. This was somebody who early in the process, you go back to January, a lot of Browns fans were talking about Mason Graham potentially being the pick at 2, right? Like he was in that conversation. If you go from January, and I think somebody in my chat brought this up, but if you would have told us in January the Browns would trade back, get an extra first, get an extra second, and still get Mason Graham, by the way, it looks like the New York Giants are picking Jackson Dart, and they get all of that and Mason Graham, we would have been thrilled. But I think the journey, the letdown of the journey is what has us feeling very disappointed with Mason Graham. And I think that's a fair place to be at. Ultimately, and I always say this, how you feel today about a draft pick is the least important of your feeling of this draft pick ever. Because it's just the first day in a 3 to 5 year process. You cannot love the pick. There have been plenty of great picks from other teams that turned out great, that people didn't feel great about the day they made them. Right? It wouldn't be the first time. We all know the Tingus Pingus, Kristaps Porzingis meme where New York fans hated the pick. He ended up being very good. There is reason to be disappointed, reason to be let down, but also understand that Mason Graham is still a very good player and still a top 5 player in this class. Now let's move on to Mason Graham, now that we've been able to talk about the pick a little bit. Mason Graham, really, really good football player. Is his ceiling as high, in my mind, as Abdul or Travis? No. But I think Mason Graham can be one of those players that plays for you for 10 years, makes like 7 Pro Bowls, and maybe a couple of all-pro teams. He could be Cam Hayward. He could be DJ Reader. He could be Jeffrey Simmons. Is he going to be Jalen Carter? I don't know if that's the case for him. But he could be a disruptive hellraiser in the interior of your defensive line. For what it's worth, it seems like Myles Garrett is a huge fan of this selection. But he's somebody who day one should be able to help your defensive line. You got Mike Hall last year. You got Myles Garrett. And you have Isaiah McGuire is somebody that you feel pretty good about in the other edge. We'll see if they draft somebody going forward. And you can see the vision of this defensive line. If Mason Graham ends up being a really good player, and you end up doing something positive with that first round pick next year, then you're going to feel great about this trade in a couple of years. If Mason Graham ends up as a good player and you don't do anything with that first round pick next year, you're going to feel all right about it. But a lot of this hinges on Mason Graham. I think Mason Graham, probably of all the 5 essential players we've been talking about, Ashton Jeanty, Mason Graham, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, he has the highest floor of all those guys. We'll see what that translates to in the NFL. A high floor doesn't necessarily guarantee you success, but I think he's a good football player, a really strong football player. You go back, watch him against Ohio State, really strong, really disruptive versus one of the best offensive lines and one of the most talented football teams in the country, right? Ohio State won the national championship that year. He absolutely destroyed their game plan, right? He's somebody who can stop opposing guards from getting to their spots. He's somebody who could disrupt long run schemes. He's somebody who can create havoc on the interior of your defensive line, along with Mike Hall, who's more of a pass rusher. So now on that interior, you have Mike Hall, a traditional pass rushing 3-tech, and Mason Graham, who can pass rush, but really good run defender, really good overall player, and then obviously Myles Garrett. They're trying to build this thing from the defensive line. We know from the past history, when the Browns have a great defensive line, they have a great defense in the Jim Schwartz era. That has always been true about this football team. So that's the philosophy. That's what they want to do. That's how they want to get better. That's the vision with the Mason Graham pick. Are you getting the potential upside of Travis Hunter? A lot of people think Travis could be generational. I'm one of those people who think Travis could do stuff that we've never seen before. Same thing with Abdul Carter. We'll see what they turn into. We'll see what Mason Graham turns into. Maybe Mason Graham could be a lot better than we think, but he's not a bad player, and it's not a bad pick. This is a guy who belonged in the top 5, made a ton of sense in the top 5, and is a good pick ultimately in the top 5. Now, what do you use that other first-round pick for is a big question. Here's my hot take, and look, this might be outdated as soon as this video comes up because the Browns could trade up for a quarterback. Jackson Dart just went 25 to the New York Giants. So this could mean to me that the Browns might not take a quarterback this year. That's my hot take. I think trading back from 2, not getting Travis, who could help you day one on offense, means to me they're not going to go quarterback this year. The reason I think that is, why would you want the extra first-round pick next year? Now, it's a Jacksonville Jaguars first-round pick. It could hit for you and become a top 5, maybe even a number 1 overall pick. Jacksonville is not the most consistent winner in football. Maybe they're good next year. Maybe they're not. I have no clue what Jacksonville is going to be next year. So that is a pick that can help you get into position to get your quarterback. And again, the judgment on this trade is going to be able to be judged not today, but years down the line. Because if they get Mason Graham, he becomes a good player. And at 33 and 39, they get 2 solid players at 33 and 36. And then with that extra first-round pick, they're able to get a quarterback, or it's part of them being able to get a quarterback. All of a sudden, we're looking at this draft as the draft that changed the Browns. And we're laughing at how we used to react to it. Your reaction to the draft, again, not indicative of what that player's future is going to be. Right? So that's something to keep in mind. We'll see what happens. But if you're asking me how I feel about Mason Graham as a player, Mason Graham as a selection at 5, if the Browns, let's look at it like this. If the Browns just had the number 5 pick outright and they took Mason Graham, I'd be excited about it. Because they traded back, it changes how people feel about it. But I don't think it's a reach. I think it's a really good selection there. I'm happy with Mason Graham there at 5. I see the vision. I see what could be created with this team. Now, what you do with 36, what you do with 33, what you do in next year's first round, it's going to change everything about it. There was another trade to think about. I think a couple of years ago, the Philadelphia Eagles had a chance to take Jalen Waddle. They traded back with the Miami Dolphins and ended up with Devonta Smith and an extra first-round pick that turned into Jalen Carter. Now, at the time, the Eagles fans who wanted Jalen Waddle were probably upset, probably pissed. Let's get the best wide receiver, the fastest guy, right? Trade back for Devonta Smith. This guy's small. We don't know if he's going to be good. People might not like that decision. But at the end of the day, that trade netted them Devonta Smith and Jalen Carter. You think Eagle fans are upset about that after hoisting a Super Bowl trophy that was in part brought to them by those two selections? It's easy to shit on something right now. And look, my instinct is telling me to shit on this because I didn't want to trade back. And I wanted Travis Hunter. And I wanted Abdul Carter. But that's not what happened. So I have to accept that what I wanted did not go down. To look at it objectively, even if it's not what I wanted to do, does it make sense? Is this something that could work out? And the answer is it could. We will see. That's what the bet is. Now, if we get to 2026, 27, and this trade has not worked out, and you don't end up with any good players from this trade, then fire everybody. But until we know, we can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. We got to see it through. At the end of the day, you still spun a top 5 pick on a guy, on a really talented football player who I think is going to be really good for you. And somebody you were considering taking it to 3 months ago. Perspective is everything. Time is everything. And I think that's whipping our ass right now on this trade. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not going to lie. I was as disappointed as anybody. You can watch my reaction on stream. But we will see what happens down the line and if this bears fruit. But boy, it's not the safest choice, right? This is a lot riskier than it could have went for the Cleveland Browns. I'm going to do a breakdown on Mason Graham. We're going to start talking about Mason Graham, the football player, but I just wanted to get something with my reaction out on the channel. If you want to check me out, talk to me live. I'm streaming all weekend, Cavs and Browns, but that's my thoughts. All right, let's get the stream one back on. So James Pierce and Jackson Dart went while I was recording that. That's amazing. Mike Green might fall to the Ravens. Well, he did fall to the Ravens. Let's see if they take him.
Nice one.
And it's Araku, one of my favorites. Malachi Starks is still there. I love Jay Higgins. I know that will be a reach, but I'll be happy. I love him. Yes. If we get Jay Higgins here, I know it's a reach, but I wouldn't care.
But I did hear people saying that he could be one of those late risers into the first round, so it wouldn't be.
I start watching some games from Iowa State. Yeah,
looks like Q is back in.
Oh yeah,
Jackson Dart is gone, fellas.
Jackson Dart.
I can fucking sleep. Oh, and he went to New York, so I know he's not going to be good. Oh, if a competent team would have did that, I would have been worried.
You saw what Atlanta gave up to go to 26, a future first.
I got a super chat. Q, these idiots passed on 2 Hall of Famers. We don't know if they're 2 Hall of Famers yet, y'all. Like, again, let's see what fucking Mason Graham becomes, okay? Like, I get it. We're disappointed. You wanted other guys. I'm disappointed too, but you took a guy at 5, y'all. Like, we didn't trade back to 20, you know? We took a guy at 5. I think he's really good. Let's see what he does. If Mason Graham is ass and then Abdul Carter is really good and then and Travis Hunter's really good, we're going to have our whole lives to bitch and moan about that. I promise you. Like, we don't got to do it right now before we know. We got our whole lives ahead of us if they're wrong about that. But right now, I'm going to choose to hope that Mason Graham can be a really good player because he's a really good prospect, yo.
I think the Ravens will wait and see if somebody wants to go up, especially for what the Rams gave up. I think if somebody offers what the Rams got, they're taking the trade back. A future first with Atlanta. Like if the Raiders do something like that, oh yeah, they're moving back.
Michael says between Shador and Milroe, who are you taking? I'm team. They're not drafting a quarterback anymore.
He's out.
I don't think they're taking one. They're taking one. I think the extra first tells you everything about what they're doing. They have made the decision, right? Because you have to make these quarterback decisions 2 drafts at a time. They looked at 2025 and 2026 and say, we like Cade Klubnik. We like Lenore Sellers. We like Drew Aller. And we want one of those guys and not one of these guys. That's my guess. Sins Killed You says, can't wait to hear Q and Kolb on this New York pick. New York leaked the pick. Didn't the GM, Joe Sheen?
The kid.
Did he post the story?
No, the kid. His son
kid?
started. The son of the GM put highlight reel of his Dart.
Yeah.
IG. Yeah. Yesterday or this morning. Pick us in. Okay, pick us in. So we didn't trade it. Let's see.
What did they trade to come back in? What did New York trade?
Second, third, and a future third.
Okay. A third and a future first?
No. Future first was the Rams, the Falcons. The New York didn't trade a future first.
Oh yeah. My bad. I thought he was talking.
Okay. If they traded a future first for Jackson Dart, fire Joe Sheen.
They traded a second and a third and a future third, if I remember correctly.
That's nuts. I don't know if I would have gave up that much.
Atlanta traded a future first to get Pierce.
For James Pierce?
Yes, a future first.
Who did they take with their first pick?
Another edge. Remember the Georgia boy.
What the fuck are they doing, man? Boy, they took the 2 edges I don't like. Maybe it works out, right? I've been wrong about players before, obviously. But.
Yeah, we open.
Yeah, so
I think they wanted to jump in front of the Ravens. I'm assuming they thought the Ravens were taking him.
The Ravens aren't going to take James Pierce though. They care about character.
Yeah, well. So I'll be surprised if they take Mike Green, right? Like if they take Mike Green, I'll be like, oh, what is that?
Yeah, Mike Green's case might be more serious than we think if he's falling like this.
Yeah. Again, I think if they go edge, I think it will be Mike Green.
I think the Browns are probably going to go wide receiver in the second round.
You think they will?
Yeah, I think that's where they're going to lean towards. Right. Let's get some offense here because you did pass up on Travis. Travis would have been big offense for you.
Oh, so the other one that I was saying, Q, that I can see the Ravens doing is Josh Simmons.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that
Browns might go that way too.
Yeah, Josh Simmons is a good pick here because he can play tackle, and obviously the Ravens probably put him as guard. There they are.
I can see the Browns going tackle.
The Ravens are very techy and all that, but look, they always put a board. They pay somebody to write every single name in marker in that board. Who is that person that has to put tables instead of on a computer over there?
Quality control assistant.
Man.
Try to get a foot in the door.
So everybody has mocked us here with Malachi Stark. We'll see if that's the case.
Right. Ravens are at the podium.
The Baltimore Ravens select.
There it was.
That's a good pick.
That's a good pick.
That's a real good pick for them, man. Sounds like a GM that knows how to draft.
More subtweeting going on here than the Kendrick Lamar. It's petty.
Malachi Stark.
I want to put Ace right next to I want to have Ace sit next to the Bengals GM, like in the box during the game, and let somebody make a play, and Ace like, that must be nice. Oh, Miles Garrett got a sack. I forgot what those look like.
Imagine Ace next to him, and Shamar goes and over pursues and misses the sack, and Ace looks at him like
they are doing
Ace,
the
man.
Andy Dalton
Got the
next to
pressure.
Peyton Manning thing again now. Q, they are really putting this man split screen with Miles Garrett. Like, dog, let's just stop it.
Oh, that's crazy.
Let's just stop it. No.
That's just go.
Like, bro, this is insane. They're saying that he has the same vertical jump and broad jump. That is all they have in common, dog.
By the way, I love this pick
whatsoever. Like, what are we doing, bro?
I love the pick from Malachi Starks.
Yes, sir.
I would have preferred an edge. I'm not gonna
Really
lie,
good football player.
But Malachi is an excellent football player.
Great
and like
ball skills. Yeah, just great player.
And last year when we moved Adarius to safety, that was night and day. Now I think Adarius Washington will move back to nickel.
Oh, he slapped that he slapped that Ravens head, man. He's fired up.
Yeah.
I like the look in his eye. He looks pissed.
He ready.
Yeah.
I like it.
Kind of in Raven colors already. Yeah, that's going to be a good pick. That's going to be a fucking good pick for Paul. Can't you like hate when you can tell it's going to be a good pick for a team? Like, you're just like, yeah, it's a good pick.
But this was shock. Like, you know how many people have mocked Malachi Starks to the Ravens?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's my kind of defensive guy. He's going to fit in like a glove there in Baltimore. I mean, this guy just feels like a fucking annoying Raven. Already doing like the Raven body language, like all that.
Yeah.
Two young safeties for some years. Him and Kyle Hamilton for years now. Ew. That's gonna be tough for us.
Hey man,
cover 2.
They come in. They're getting all the Lamar stoppers away from being able to stop Lamar by drafting him.
Oh, but Q, if Nick falls down, will you draft him?
If who Nick?
I can pronounce it.
I mean, we got 2 picks in the second now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I mean, fuck it, why not? Like
Nick Imamori, I think is how you pronounce his last name.
Yeah, Nick Imamori.
Yeah, will you pick him 33rd?
By the way, Sonny, to answer your question about who writes that, you know how you hear about like, oh, these guys they got nepotism hired.
Yeah.
That's the guy who does that, right? The Nepo kid wants to get the Nepo kid that wants, like Arthur Smith did that 10 years ago. Like the Nepo kid that wants to get a jump start at an NFL career, that's the kind of menial work you give him. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, that's the shit that they do. Like, it's like the mailroom, right?
But my problem is, again, the Ravens are very like we mock them here that they're Coach AI and all the AWS and all.
Yeah, like the Hardball's definitely got some nephews writing on.
But my point is, how is this not on a computer and it's like in a whiteboard? I mean, the person writes very straight, but it's every year.
It's probably not even for them to use, to be honest with you. It's just so they can like make somebody do it.
Maybe, yeah.
My guy here, Stilly Dan, says that Malachi Starks pick has me in a hating from outside the club kind of mood. Yeah. I can't believe this shit. Ace, how you feel about this pick for them?
Man, I think it's a great pick. I'm hating. Yeah, I'm hating from outside the club because Kyle Hamilton and Starks for the foreseeable future is nasty. I think they got a great player here. I mean, I'm not surprised. Baltimore, we might not like them when it comes to playing them and stuff like that, but I do respect what they're doing from a draft perspective. They always seem to make it happen. The last time I remember Baltimore even having a bad draft was when and I thought that guy was going to be good, but Matt Elam. That was the last time I feel like Baltimore really missed on a first-round pick, which that was a long time ago. So I think that anytime you see them go out and get these picks, hell, they even hit on a wide receiver, which was tough for them to hit on. They've been able to prove that they can do that. So, I think that EDC is kind of becoming a pretty good,
getting better,
and really getting good at the drafting aspect.
What I like about EDC is he drafts with a plan. Like, whether you like his picks or not, there's a plan. He sticks to that plan. Sometimes he's a bit too stubborn where he doesn't let guys grow at the rate that they're naturally growing at, and he forces them to stick with the plan. Still a really good GM, man.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Lewis here says Pete Prisco just gave the Bengals a C.
I would
Watch
have
watch their Taylor Golden press and not a single question from the Bengals. Worthless
Tyreek
Press
Williams.
Corp asked a single question. Tell them why they didn't take Mike Green. Damn believable.
To
Yeah,
be fair, nobody's taken Mike Green yet.
Yeah, nobody's
You
taking.
can come in the second.
Nobody's gonna ask them a question about another player at this point. Like, why didn't you take this guy?
Because they can't really answer it too.
Yeah, at this point, they're trying to get all of their questions out on as to why you guys picked this guy. What was it about him? This is when they go into journalism crazy mode. They're going to be up until like 2 and 3 in the morning doing interviews and stuff with Shamar Stewart, which good luck to them. There's not that much to write about when it comes to him in terms of his college career. And yeah,
they could probably find the 4 sacks.
I would have gave it enough.
Somebody played a Euphoria beat where Ace talk about Shamar Stewart.
I would have gave it enough, bro. I don't care about relationships and he's gonna see your tweet. Well, I'm gonna see him not getting sacks. So like, I don't really he better get them sacks, bro, or else I'm gonna be on him.
I was surprised for this pick on the Lions.
Oh no, they keep showing the back of Shedeur Sanders' head. Why they keep doing this? It's a nice fade. He got a nice fade back there, but I've seen the back of this man taper for too much time. Look at this shit. Nobody can get a look of him straight on. Like,
apparently not. I keep looking at this guy, the big hat guy.
Damn, bro, I really ain't gonna go in the first round.
Supposedly, I mean, and this is worth or whatever.
That man really said, that man daddy really said, yeah, we gonna pick where we going. No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, man, I ain't really gonna get picked in the first.
He said, we taking teams out of our list.
That's nuts. I want to just do my victory lap. For everybody who sat there and told me that Shedeur Sanders would have so much leverage he could pick where he gets drafted. Where are you at? All these people are like, oh, Shedeur don't want to. Prime ain't going to let him play her. Prime going to let that man play wherever he could go right now. Well, I bet he begging for this day to end.
Yeah.
I bet Cleveland look really good to Shedeur right now. Look like fucking Miami to him. He like, fuck it. Yeah, they got a beach. like, shit. And this sucks. Like, what?
Q in the second round is Cleveland.
That man looks bad right now, bro. And I feel bad for him. I mean, he's a kid, but this man wore the Giants cleats during the freaking game, the bowl game.
Bro, people was talking about him like he was like Cam Newton coming out and he was just going to be able to orchestrate. I'm like, Joe Burrow didn't even get to do that, dog. Yeah. He was way colder than him. Like, people were just like glazing it so crazy. And I think he's a good quarter. I think he's a good prospect. I think now is the time to take him. But why in the world did everybody convince themselves that this was the type of dude who could tell you no was crazy? Like, what you telling me he can say no, but Travis can't? What? Right. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just want to let people know I got shat on by the Sanders family conglomerate fan base. Talk about I'm a hater because I didn't think Shedeur had that power or Deion had that power. Well, where's Deion working that magic now?
Yeah, so this is the super chat. The Sanders' plan was to pick his spot as a undrafted.
He about to loop back around to the teams he was trying to avoid. Oh, that's another one I want to just shit on real quick. The people who, when they saw his stock falling, well, he's doing this on purpose so he goes to a better team.
Oh, that's right. I did
hear that. Dumb of a strategy that would be. Because just because you go back to 20th don't mean the Giants can't trade up and take you. Mm-hmm. Right? Or worse, you loop around and you just end up being a second round pick.
Yep.
All the signs were there. All the signs were there. All the signs were there, dog, to tell you that there was no dictating whether, and I don't think he was trying to make that picture, but the people who swore to me online that was a real thing, that Shedeur Sanders and Deion were going to tell the Browns no, that's ridiculous. And look, they weren't going to tell the Browns no then. They aren't going to tell them no today or tomorrow. If the Browns want to take him, Shedeur is answering that phone and reporting to camp gladly in Cleveland. So
Q, the one
death
guy
to those things. But go ahead, man. My bad.
No, that's okay. A couple things. Sanders for me, as I see it, if the Browns don't pick him, the next team that I can see potentially can pick is the Raiders.
Yeah, because New York went dark.
Yeah, yeah. The other thing I was gonna tell you from the Browns' perspective is, looks like Jahad will be there for you guys.
Ooh,
Campbell, Jahad. I mean, he's still there, and we're talking
Jihad in Cleveland. I'm here for it.
Hold on, Sonny. There's rumors out there.
What are the rumors?
This dude might get to motherfucking Harry Roseman. Harry Roseman, they said he was already trying to trade up to try to go and get Jahad with the Packers, but it fell through.
Cleveland can
every year.
Every year.
Cleveland can trade with Kansas City.
Cleveland can do that. No, Kansas City's not going to do that. Every year.
Kansas City might do it just to stick it to Philly.
Every year they just get somebody. I'm like, that's one of the best 15 players in the draft.
But they just pay Zach Bond.
Josh Connerly just went 29.
Yep.
Ooh.
He did.
Tackles, man.
Whoa.
Tackles.
Hey, I don't give a fuck if Jihad starts on pup. Does not stop me for taking Jihad Campbell, dude. Like, oh, he's gonna miss a couple weeks in training camp. I'm fine. I'm still gonna take him at 33, dude.
Because his problem was his arm, right? He had a shoulder problem.
Yeah, he had a shoulder problem. I will be fine.
I was surprised that the Simmons is falling. Q, you will have like Simmons as a possibility for you guys.
Yeah, Simmons. I like Simmons too.
Yeah.
Right now, look, I'm not gonna do this to myself.
No, we have to talk about it.
But Josh Simmons, Jahad Campbell,
yeah,
I could feel worse about how the board has fallen. The board is falling in a way that I am thankful we have these two second-round picks.
Nick Imaniori, or whatever you pronounce.
Yeah, Nick. I mean, there's some dudes out there. Some studs.
Donovan Isorari. He's my guy.
Oh yeah, your edge guy.
Trevon Henderson. Will you take a running back?
Travion, I think he's more of a third-round conversation.
And how about Trevon Rebel? Sorry. The corner at
Nah, he's old and he has a knee problem. I'm good.
Okay.
Hey, Josh Connerly though used to play running back in high school.
Trey Amos. Do you guys like Trey Amos?
Yeah.
Trey Amos is cool.
Yeah, corner.
All right.
Could the Bengals do anything in the second round? Hey, could the Bengals do anything in the second round to cheer you up?
To make you happy? Yeah, I was kidding.
Nah, bro.
You don't think, is there a player that's out there that you like, you know what, this will make it feel better? Is this some ice cream you could get on this very bad day? Like, that's what I'm trying to see. You know, it's like you should see your kid sad. You're like, go get some ice cream, little man.
And now I'm gonna have to act like I'm cheering for the dude. Like, yeah, bro.
I mean, that's what we all do.
No, Ace. It's gonna get to a point to where like people start shitting on it that you don't really like, and then you're gonna have to kind of defend it.
Yeah.
and then when I'm like, bro, I told you it's gonna be shitty, they gonna be like, oh well, you just wanted to be right. Like, no, I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to draft Jamar Stewart.
There's no winning, dog. There's no winning.
I mean, you can do like what I did.
Be right, like, nah, dog. I was one of those people that just didn't want to draft this guy. That's it.
Because look, I took the opposite approach with Deshaun, where I was like, look, I don't care about being right. I didn't want to trade for him. But, let's see how we can make this work. Then I got accused of being a Deshaun Watson guy.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, it is what it is, man.
The Bills can use Jihad because Milano and all that.
No.
Well, I don't want
Shush.
Philly to get it. I don't want
Stop
Philly to
this.
get it.
Let us get him. Like, if we don't bring him up, maybe they'll forget he's on the fucking board. Like,
What is the deal with JOK, Q?
he was at the facility earlier this week.
Okay.
But
Good sign.
yeah, we'll see. It's more of a he has to get cleared, and we don't know who's going to clear him.
Because it's a neck thing, right? Okay, the pick is in here. I think here for the Bills, Jihad is one. I know Q doesn't want me to mention it. Will Johnson can be because they need corners. Will Johnson
Will
or
Johnson.
Maxwell.
I like Will Johnson here. Let's go Will Johnson.
Yeah. Or Maxwell Hairston. Those are.
Yeah, Maxwell Harrison, such a stud. Let's go. He feels like a Buffalo guy.
And Nicky Mignori. They also
love your content. Shador and Milrow, both there 36. Who are you taking? I'm going to be real with you. I don't think they're taking a quarterback. I think getting that extra first means no quarterback this year. I'm just going to set expectations, man. I don't want this to happen to y'all again.
You as team don't take a quarterback.
Well, no, it's not even that I'm team not take a quarterback. If you have the extra first next year and you have the ammunition to move up now, I think I don't think they're going to take a quarterback this year. Like that the trade back at 5 changes everything about what they're going to do at quarterback this year. And I think they're waiting till next year. Hell, fuck it. They might trade for Kirk Cousins still.
They might.
It's that up in the air, man. I have no clue.
You trade a 4th for Kirk?
A 4th?
Mm-hmm.
No. Dude, no.
That's too much.
No, I'm trading like a 5th and like Obo Okoronkwo. Okay, like, what? I gotta eat all that money? Like, no, dude. Like, that's you're giving me a pick for Kirk. Like, you gotta bundle Kirk with like a 4th next year.
Okay, the Bills selecting.
Yeah, this thumbnail is gonna be funny. Oh my goodness. I'm whipping up the thumbnail for the Mason Graham video.
Let's see
the Eagles traded and got up there. The Eagles just traded.
Wait, they traded with who? Kansas City?
They move up one spot.
No, they traded with.
Yeah, Kansas
City.
They
traded with Kansas City. That's crazy. The trade with the person you just lost to in the Super Bowl.
You have to give me a premium if you're gonna do that.
Man, Buffalo does it all the time.
Let's see
what
Buffalo
be helping them out.
Yeah, Buffalo loves helping out Kansas City.
They said Howie couldn't sit still.
They're gonna fucking get Jihad.
They're gonna get Jihad Campbell, bro.
They gave up the 164 for getting one spot.
And they lucked into like Zach Bond last year.
Yeah,
free agency just on a whim.
The luck that they Maxwell Harrison, great pick, Buffalo.
I told you a corner.
Yeah, you did say it was gonna be a corner.
Hey man, I'm happy for them.
Now Will Johnson looks like he's in the 2nd round.
Ace, man, I had a video, like I made a 20-minute, well-edited video about introducing Travis Hunter to Cleveland. I was that sure that was going to be the pick, and that video would never see the light. It's lost media. I worked on that shit for like 7 hours. I was like, oh yeah, the second I finished the render, I'm like, I probably jinxed this.
I got one. So the year we went to the Super Bowl, I made a whole bunch of designs. I tried to make a play off of that Meek Mill Championships.
Oh yeah, like the championship album
with the confetti falling and all of that.
Yeah,
dog. Printed one shirt with Jamar Chase. That shit never saw the light of day. I made a whole bunch of them. Had DJ Reader, had Trey Hendrickson, had all of them, and then they lost, bro.
So do we think here the pick is Jihad? You think is why we went up?
Man, let's hope they surprise us and take Quay Walk. Who could they take?
I don't know. They don't need receivers. They don't need tight ends either, right?
Who
Because Philly.
does Philly really need another edge rusher, man? Like, what are they gonna do with another defensive lineman? Another
No,
linebacker
they
that
don't
can
need
move around.
D lineman, but maybe edge. Because didn't the guy retire?
Right now,
Graham?
who's my ideal pick at 33? It's Jihad Campbell. Like, and I feel like I'm about to be let down pretty soon here.
We'll see.
Jihad.
What?
Why
And you
did Pat
think
Mahomes do the sunglasses thing?
cute? Will you like Burton?
Oh, they took a wide receiver?
Who?
I don't know who they taking.
Who,
but
Luther
Pat
Burton?
Mahomes just tweeted the
I don't-
sunglasses.
People I respect like Luther Burton, so I wouldn't be upset with it, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I know about Luther Burton that much. I was not looking into 5'10" wide receivers this year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
they
neither.
taking Jihad, bro. They don't let the Eagles get Jihad Campbell, bro. Oh,
Yeah, I hate this league.
they didn't
Wait.
even need a linebacker, bro, and they just got Jihad.
Yeah, they didn't need a linebacker.
They're just letting that man build whatever he wants in Philadelphia.
Hey, man, just like, hey, you want really good players? Well, here you go, man. Like,
Here you go. Here's Jalen Carter.
yeah.
Here's
Well,
Jihad
how
Campbell.
good can a team be if they keep drafting top 15 players? Like, hey, at least they avoided the Georgia guys, right? Like they went with the better one, the better
Alabama.
linebacker wearing 11. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yeah.
yeah.
I
The
did
Atlanta
not-
Falcons saved them from that.
So they got a fifth. The Chiefs got a 5th round pick. Didn't the Chiefs need a middle linebacker? They could have used Jihad.
What did the Chiefs want talent for in the draft, dude?
They,
What are they
need
trying to do? Beat
receivers.
the Eagles? Like,
The Chiefs need receivers.
yeah, what are the Chiefs trying to do? Beat the Eagles, man? Like,
Yeah.
oh.
When the Eagles, they're gonna be a problem again.
All right, so damn man, they let Milroe slide. They really invited that man to the draft just so he could slide.
Who?
I hope he show up tomorrow.
Oh, man.
Jalen. Huh?
Milroe.
I just like him as a person. I don't think the Browns are going to draft him though. I'm
Will
being
Johnson
real.
is still there too. He's in the draft. He's in the draft room.
Damn man, Will Johnson definitely wasn't supposed. People were talking about the Browns taking Will Johnson at 2. Like,
Ace, would that make you happy if Will Johnson falls to you guys and you draft it?
That's not gonna happen, bro. They probably
imagine if you flipped it though. Imagine if you took Will
Yeah,
Johnson at
exactly.
14 and then it was like you would feel better
I
though, right?
I hate that because people always be like, imagine if you flip the Drew Sample pick instead of it happening in the second round.
Hey man,
That's when you know
it
you
balanced
reached.
out. It balanced out. Like you reach, but you hit. You know, like hey, look, hey, if you hit a single and then you hit a triple after the single, it scores the point. Like right, like
True.
a RBI on RBI, the single can score the triple in, the triple can score the single in. A run is a run.
I guess, bro. I guess we'll see. This is nasty, bro. Oh my god.
Who's the happiest out of all of us right now in the AFC North? Is it Jared?
Probably between Jared and Sonny.
Someone said the Browns
Sonny,
are
you
going for
muted.
Sanders for sure. Hey man, I just would not set yourself up for that. I don't know if they're gonna go Sanders, dude. I really don't think they're gonna go quarterback, man. Like maybe they love Sanders, they think it's worth it, but I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't mind the
muted,
Sanders
Sonny.
pick.
You're muted, Sonny.
Yeah, like if they took Sanders and Milroe at 33, I wouldn't mind it. Let me be clear on that. But I don't know, man. Like, I think they're taking that quarterback in 2026.
Mm. I think for the Brownies, Josh Simmons and Nick Yuri will be the best two picks for the next two in the second round.
And also,
Well,
like Ace, you know this for being like in Ohio and not being an Ohio State fan. The more Ohio State fans hate the Michigan Wolverine you picked, the better that guy is.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
if they
look,
love
bro,
a dude.
my allegiance is in the NFL. If this dude can play, that's all I care about.
Yeah, if you drafted Will Johnson, Ohio State fans were like, "Oh, he's a baller."
Yeah.
He stinks. Like, but if they hate him, I'm like, "Oh yeah, he did something to them."
He did
We
something.
need that. We need that at this level. Yeah, man. I don't know how the Eagles keep getting away with the Ray Rags. I don't know. I feel like Jesse Pinkman. Like, you can't keep getting away with this. Like it is. It's insane. Every fucking year, there's like, oh man, this incredible player is not going to make it to 31. And then Howie Roseman just mind fucks everybody into letting that guy fall to 31.
Since 2022, Quinton Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, and Cam.
No. Oh yeah, Cooper DeJean in the second.
Yeah, in the second.
Ace was there at the stream. I have a witness. I thought that shit was ridiculous, and I was vocal about it. I thought Quinton getting to them was fucking ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
When y'all getting to him was crazy.
And I'm like, how do you get the best two corners? I don't even want to listen to this. Like, this is gross.
I'm about to call it a night, fellas. I got to get some sleep, man.
I got to see what happens here at 32.
Take it easy, Ace.
That's disgusting.
Right,
He looks like he's gonna be good too.
Yeah, Jahad.
Yeah, he's big.
I didn't check. Some people were telling me, oh,
He's
the Ravens
6'3",
might take Jahad.
240. Yeah.
Oof, he's a giant. Yeah,
Yeah, he's gonna put on weight. Yeah, he's gonna play edge a little bit. I think he could play edge in the league. Mason Graham.
Oh yeah, he big. Damn, he big.
Yeah. The fucking Eagles just got him for free.
A fifth round. That's all they traded for. Fifth.
One Kenny Pickett. They traded a Kenny Pickett for him.
You could. That was my point, Q. You could have traded with the Chiefs. The Chiefs could have done that with you guys.
What, to get Jahad?
Yeah, it would have been a higher fifth.
I mean, like, honestly, I'm not mad that they didn't trade up because the board's sitting really good for you. So no need to give up extra assets, especially if you're like valuing these assets a ton, right? Just sit there, make a pick there at 33. Or you might trade back because you got 36. We'll see. Like, we'll see what happens. Yeah, this is him off the edge. Little dip move, spin around. And he needs to be taught a couple moves there, but he's going to be good.
Yeah, he looks like a baller.
Violent. Boom.
Grit Flow says, I don't care who the Eagles take as they in the NFC.
I mean, like, yeah, true. It's just, as somebody who loves the draft, the collection of talent they get. Look at this guy fucking running up the tunnel. Oh, yeah. This is good football player right here. Yeah, I can already see him doing it. Yeah, it's gonna be a good defense there. Fucking.
Who do you think the Chiefs will take, or who do you want the Chiefs not to take? I guess would be more the.
Who do I want the Chiefs not to take?
Yeah, so it could be there for you.
Oh, I mean, like, they're not gonna take quarterback. They're not really like Josh Simmons. I want Josh Simmons to be available for him.
Josh Simmons, I think, would be great right now. I would have been happy if they picked Josh Simmons, the Ravens. I mean, I like Malachi Stark, but I'm just saying.
My entire chat right now is arguing about who the Browns are going to take a quarterback at 33, and I'm like, I'm going to have to go through all this all over again tomorrow. Yeah, when they don't take a quarterback at 33.
Well, no, because if they don't take at 33, they're going to be like, no, that's okay because at 36. Remember, you have like
No, they're going to be pissed that they don't take him at 33. And then they're going to spend like from 33 to 35 or 36 pissed off. And then we're going to get to 36 and like, oh shit, they're still there. We can still take the quarterback. And then they're not going to take it. And then it's like 2 hours of crashing out that I got to deal with. Like
That's a rough life.
Yeah, man. And I'm just like, I feel like I can see it right now. They're just not going to take a quarterback.
But I agree with you. If they took the asset, it looks like they want to take the quarterback next year.
Yeah, like if they value that first round pick more than they valued Travis Hunter, then I think that tells you where they're pointed towards.
Yep.
You know, you do these evaluations 2 classes at a time. And maybe I'm wrong. They go Shedeur Sanders. Everybody gets happy and excited. Turns up. We spend the whole offseason arguing about if Shedeur is going to be the guy or not. Maybe we feel differently about it, but I'm going to be real.
Did Shedeur didn't want to go to the Browns? Was that a thing?
I mean, people made it a thing, but I don't think it was, man. Like I don't really think it was. I think it was just smoke, you know.
Hmm. Well, last pick at the draft. Who do the Chiefs can take? Let me see.
Probably
They could take Simmons because they were having issues last year under the O-line. So I'm gonna go with either Simmons or Shamar Turner. I like Shamar.
Yeah, I hope they don't go Simmons. I hope they go. What's a position I don't care about? Corner. Go fucking draft the corner.
Will Johnson. Take
Will Johnson right here.
Take the kid. The kid has suffered enough over there in the green room. Yeah, pick us in.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Man, the Eagles are gonna be good again. It's crazy.
I mean, they just won the championship.
They didn't. Their last loss was what, week 4? Or something like that last year.
Fucking Josh Simmons.
Oh no! Didn't they? They might have lost because they benched everybody in the last game. They took Josh Simmons. They did.
Yeah, they took Josh Simmons.
I mean,
how does this happen every year?
The
Chiefs and Eagles get unbelievable value at the end of the first. Every year.
They need a lineman.
I think the big issue with Josh Simmons is that people don't think he loves football.
Yeah, that was what I read too.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I don't know what they're doing at Ohio State, but that was the same thing with DeJuan Jones.
Yeah. And how's it been with you guys? Is that what they say in the locker rooms and all that?
Remember when certain Browns fans want to take Shedeur too badly? I mean, yeah, people are just desperate for quarterback. We'll see what happens, man. I don't think people are going to like it, but I don't think they're taking Shedeur at 33, man. And that's nothing to do with how I feel. I think Shedeur would be worth the 33 pick or the 36 one, but I mean, they got the extra first for next year. There's only one reason they got that for, right?
Yep. I agree with you, Q. I think at this point, you go with Kenny Pickett.
There's no way they traded back from 2 and was like, hey, man, we're going to trade back at 2 and hope we answer quarterback at 33.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no.
Well, my guys, this was the live stream of the first round. Q's going to be doing the second and third in his channel, so go check that out tomorrow, especially early. They had 2 picks early. We'll be back here next week, recapping all the draft for all the AFC North talk until they piss out.
All right.
Well, Q, good luck tomorrow.
I'm still live. They can still hear you.
Take it easy.
All right. Josh says, Q, with the Chiefs drafting Josh Simmons, who are you thinking for round 2 for the Browns? Let me read that again. I'm going to use this as an intro for a video. All right, so Josh Colwell asks us a question. He says, with the Chiefs drafting Josh Simmons, who do I like for the Browns at pick 33? There's an interesting dynamic at play here, right? Only 2 quarterbacks went in the first round. That was Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. Interesting enough for me, those were not 2 quarterbacks I was fond of personally. So, like, I'm happy with how quarterback has laid itself out. But there are a couple new things that have happened since the last time we talked about the Browns potentially drafting a quarterback. That really does, in my mind, change the math on what it is the Browns could do. Number one, the Browns traded back and got an extra first-round pick for 2026. That matters, right? People ask the question, how is it that you think you're going to get your guy if you're going to wait for 2026? Anytime somebody brought up waiting for 2026, that was the big question about it, right? And now you have your answer. The Browns have a first-round pick they could trade of their own, a first-round pick now of the Jaguars that they can trade, and then their own first-round pick next year, or maybe it just might take those 2 first to get it done. So the Browns now have the ammunition in 2026 to move up and down the board as they please to attack quarterback. Now, will the class be better than this year's class at quarterback? There's a good chance. That class has some interesting prospects: Cade Klubnik, Drew Aller, Lenore Sellers. We've talked about it before. Who knows who's going to pop up during the course of the college football season, but it's not a guarantee. And I think because the Browns have mentioned they look at this 2 classes at a time, getting that extra first-round pick next year could mean that that's when they're targeting quarterback. And if the Browns are targeting quarterback in 2026, that means they're not drafting a quarterback in 2025. Now, I could be wrong. They could go Shedeur Sanders at pick 33 or at pick 36 and try to answer quarterback that way. But I tend to think that that means that quarterback not really going to be an option for them, right? I don't think they're going to take a quarterback at 33. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback at 36. I think a lot of Browns fans are going to be upset with that. We will see what that turns into in the future. Again, your first reaction to a draft is usually the least important one. What's on the board right now for the Cleveland Browns? Right now, Mike Green's on the board. He was an edge rusher candidate from Marshall. Now, he does have, I believe, a domestic violence situation that is causing him to fall potentially. So they have to evaluate how they feel about that. The Browns have had a ton of issues of that light in their locker room. Maybe it's not something they're eager to add on. Will Johnson did fall to 33. Will Johnson is falling to 33 because of a medical with his knee. We'll see what happens with him. Luther Burden, who is another guy people thought the Browns could take in the first round before we knew what pick they were going to have. Donovan Izarico, an edge defender. A lot of people love him as well. Trey Amos, Elik Ayamaner's still there. Shedeur Sanders, Darius Alexander, and Jalen Milroe. So there's a lot of options there. And I'm not going to lie, the way the board has fallen, I think even Nick Emirwari is here, right? Am I tripping on that? Let me double check that. Is Nick still on the board? Yeah, Nick Emirwari is still here. Like, there's a lot of good players still available. And that's one of the points, right? If you were going to trade back from 2 to 3 to get an extra second-round pick, the way the board fell today, very fortunate for Cleveland, because there are a lot of guys left who I think a lot of teams have first-round grades on, right? So maybe that's something that the Browns consider using those 2 picks on. They could trade back on one of those picks and get a player who could help them in the future. Maybe they trade back, trade one of these picks to get another first in next year's draft. There's a lot they can do. Expect to hear that the Browns are open to offers at 33. I would not, if I'm a Browns fan, set my heart on anybody at 33 right now. It's not a guarantee they're going to be picking there, especially with 36. They could feel real comfortable trading back from 33 if the right deal is on the table. So I know a lot of people overnight going to get their heart set on whatever quarterback. I already see people arguing about it in chat, right? Jalen Milroe, Shedeur Sanders. People are going to have their arguments. People are going to debate about it. I would not get my heart set personally on anybody individually at 33 because I think there's a good chance the Browns don't pick there at 33. And if the Browns don't pick there at 33, then that changes what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to be interested in quarterback. I think a lot of the conversation about day 2 is going to be about quarterback. I don't think that's the direction they're going. I think if the Browns really wanted to go quarterback this year, they would have took Travis Hunter at 2, and they would have been aggressive to get their guy in the first. The Browns not trading back into the first. The Browns not taking Travis Hunter at 2. All of that screams to me they aren't taking quarterback this year. We'll see what's true, right? Because I didn't necessarily see the trade coming. So maybe they surprise us and take Shedeur. But realistically, I just don't think they're taking quarterback. What that leaves us at 2 is a lot of different options, huh? Y'all want to do a mock draft real quick? Let's do a mock draft. Let's see if PFF updates it. Let's see if they update it. Yeah, so we could do second, Browns. I think they kind of do update it. Hold on. Yeah, let's do 7 rounds. Okay, yeah, they do update it. All right, so we could do a mock draft real quick just to demonstrate what could happen here. Let me get desktop here. And then let's zoom in. All right. So right now, this is the situation. All of the actual picks are in. The Browns have the 33rd pick. Let's start the draft. So this is what's available. Mike Green. Mike Green would be a good pick here. I didn't love Mike Green at the top of the first, but in the second, it depends on how you feel about the off the field with him. But he's a fine enough prospect. My only concern with him is that he did play well against Ohio State, but it was in the second half against Ohio State's right tackle, not their left tackle. Ohio State's right tackle wasn't very good last year. So not really sure what that game versus Ohio State really means for him. Luther Burton is there. That's somebody we heard that the Browns might love. Super young guy, 21 years old, 5'11", right? Let's see what the trade offers are coming from, right? Tennessee might want to move up from 35 to 33. Who else? I think San Francisco 43 is too far, and I don't think San Francisco has enough picks to make that interesting. So a lot of options here for the Browns. I think they'll end up trading back. I know nobody's going to like that, but I think it's very possible they end up trading back here, especially if a team like Tennessee is very interested in trading up, probably for a wide receiver or something like that. The thing with Tennessee, they don't really have a ton of picks this year, but what would they be willing to give up next year? So what, maybe 103? 103 is not worth it to move back 3 spots in a second. San Francisco, 43, can they give you 75? You give them 94? Yeah, I'm not really excited about that either. Let's see, who would the Browns take here realistically? Running back, I don't think anybody really fell at running back. Caleb Johnson, Travion still there. Offensive tackle, I think if Josh Simmons were there, that would be the pick. If we go back to what I had earlier, Josh Simmons and Jihad, they were at the end here. They were really some of the prospects I loved for the Cleveland Browns. They got taken right before 33. Maybe Donovan here. Yeah. Donovan is Enrique. They get another edge. I think probably Donovan is Enrique makes the most sense here. I know people aren't going to love it. It's not quarterback, but I really don't think they're going to go quarterback here. That's my guess. Yeah, I think they go Donovan here. Boston College. Mike Green goes 34. Shador goes 36. Probably either Will Johnson or Elick. They went so heavy here with with defensive players for 33 in here, so I would assume they go wide receiver, so they get Elick here. And then 67, Caleb Johnson sitting there. I think you go Caleb. Who else is there at running back? Yeah, let's get Caleb here. 67. And then at 93, usually go tight end. Harold Fanon, Gunnar Helm. I think they go Gunnar Helm over Harold Fanon. Running back DJ Gittens. Yeah, let's go get Gunnar Helm. And then 126 probably would be where they go swing at quarterback. I think at this point it'd probably be Will Howard. He'd make a ton of sense in the 4th round. So maybe Will Howard here. Go back to 166. Get quarterback, wide receiver. Who have we already picked here? Edge, wide receiver, halfback, tight end, quarterback. No, I'm not going to trade. See here, tight end. We took an edge. What about linebacker? Kobe King's there. So we probably go Kobe King, or what's that safety? Let's go Kobe King. And let's round it out with Jackson Halls. So maybe that's how it could line up. It'll be a pretty balanced draft. The Browns picked up a first next year. It's not going to be a draft that like sends you home doing the Andrew Berry laser eyes thing, right? It's not going to be a super sexy draft, but it might be a draft in 3-4 years you're glad that they went about. We'll see. We'll see what happens, right? That's just one scenario. Gerald brings up in chat, they could go Nick Imawari at 33. I think there's a chance that they could do that. There's a lot of different ways they could go about it that would be really solid picks here. There's a lot of good talent that's available here. Is it going to be the splashy choice? I tend to think not. I don't think they're going to go with splash this year. I think this is going to be a real substance over style draft. So if you got your heart set on quarterback, I don't think it's going to happen. Like, that's my gut feeling. I have to be honest about that. I don't want to get y'all all excited. Shador fell it there. They might take him. I'm going to be real. I don't think we taking Shador. I don't think we taking Jalen Milroe. I think they told us what they think about this quarterback class in the first round. They traded away from the wide receiver, and then they declined to trade back into the first round to secure a quarterback when they knew that New York was looking to jump him. That tells me that they're not that excited about this class. Maybe they feel like they had elite intel and just knew Shador was going to fall there. But I feel like if you really like Shador and you really love Shador, you probably would have traded up for him. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, who gets drafted where. I'm just going to keep an open mind here and suggest that everybody else keeps an open mind and not get too set on a certain player in a certain spot, because this is going to be, there's a lot of choices here at 33 and 36. So we'll see. But if the Browns can make something happen here, get a pick you're really happy with here at 33 and 36, then it's really going to change how you feel about that trade back. But it's going to be something you're going to have to wait years to really know how we really feel about it truly, regardless of how we feel at the end of the draft or not. But that's my thoughts about what's going to happen in the second round. Let me know what you guys think is going to happen in the second round. It's crazy. It's crazy what went down today. But y'all have a great day. Have a better night. Peace. How's everybody feeling? Everybody okay? Everybody recovered from a pretty crazy day? It's been a crazy day. It's been a lot of anger in chat. It's been a lot of emotions in chat, y'all. But hey, I think we had fun. We had about 2,000 people in here. I think we had fun, man. I think we had fun today. We'll see what happens. You know, that's the thing about the draft. The Browns could have did all kind of shit today that we feel great about, and it could have blew up in our face, right? Everybody remembers how excited I was about Perrion Winfrey a couple years ago. Perrion Winfrey's playing for the Birmingham Stallions. Being excited on draft day means nothing, right? Yeah, I was doing backflips for Perrion, and that didn't work out. So we'll see what these guys actually turn into. And I think that's important to understand. We don't know what these guys are going to be. We don't know if Travis Hunter's going to be generational. I think there's a good chance that he will. We don't know if Abdul Carter is going to be generational. I think there's a good chance that he will, but we don't know, right? We don't know if Mason Graham is going to be generational or not. He could be. Got to let it play out. Got to see what happens with these players' careers and what the Browns' long-term plans are with the assets they picked up today. That's the most important thing to keep in mind. We're here now, and look, hey, for years I bitched for this team to get better, to get more serious about defensive interior. Well, they got serious about it, right? They spent their last two first and second round picks on defensive tackle. Okay, I've asked for it for years. I can't be mad at it. But it's gonna be fun to see what these guys turn into. Browns have a lot of picks. What, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 100 picks? 3 in the top 40. Let's see what they do. But I want to thank everybody for coming out, streaming with me. Y'all have a great day. Have an even better night. Peace. I got to get out.